In the dark hallways of America's crime history, not many people have a shadow as long and complicated as Tommy Lucchese. From the sunny roads of Palermo to the busy apartment buildings of East Harlem, Lucchese's story is about more than just one man moving up in the criminal world. It shows how small ethnic crime groups turned into big business-like racketeering, a plan that would change organized crime for many years to come. Born Gaetano Lucchese in the very last years of the 1800s, he came to America as an 11-year-old boy, bringing with him only hope and the silent rules of his home country. What happened next was not just a life of crime, but the quiet building of power made not with big shows or useless violence, but with discipline, smart silence, and the careful growing of influence. Different from other criminals of his time who liked to show off, Lucchese knew that real power works best when it is hidden. His fingerprints, actually. He had one fewer than most people, or on everything from unions in the government, districts to operations at the airport moving cargo, from gambling rings to drug money, but he moved through public life like he was a ghost. This quiet invisibility let him weave himself right into the cloth of New York's money and political systems, making the line between real business and crime so blurry that it hurt many lives through taking advantage of people and corruption. The story of Tommy Lucchese is not just about crime. It is about the dark reflection of the American dream. It is about how systems made for giving chances can be twisted for control. How sticking together with your ethnic group can turn into a criminal brotherhood, and how violence, even when it is whispered and not yelled, leaves injuries that are felt for many generations. As we follow his trail from a poor street kid to a criminal leader, from the 107th Street Gang to the very top levels of organized crime, we see not just one man rising up, but the creation of a model for power that would live longer than its creator, still making shadows long after he died quietly on a summer day in 1967. Now, find your most comfortable spot and enjoy tonight's story. This audiobook is based on true events, but some parts of the story, like events, characters, places, and talks are made up or changed to make the story more exciting. The big steamship moved and groaned through the gray water of the Atlantic Ocean, a floating island of hopes and worries. 11-year-old Gaetano Lucchese stood at the ship's railing, his small hands holding the cold metal as he looked out at the endless sea. The wind in November messed up his dark hair, bringing with it the salt smell of what might be possible. Behind him, the soft talking of hundreds of other Italian people made a familiar background sound of prayers, complaints, and stories about the America waiting for them all. Gaetano, his father's voice called softly, come back from the edge. Your mother wants you. Baldassare Lucchese's hand rested on his son's shoulder. He was a barber from Palermo, and his fingers had the gentle strength of a man who had worked with careful precision his whole life. But his eyes carried the weight of their trip, the choice to leave behind generations of family history in Sicily for the unsure promise of New York. Is it true what they say about America, Papa? Gaetano asked, turning to look up at his father. That the streets are made of gold? A tired smile crossed Baldassare's face. No, figlio mio, my son. But there is a chance for people who want to work hard. And we Luccheses have never been scared of work. The boy nodded seriously, thinking about his father's words with the quiet thoughtfulness that had always been part of his personality. Even at 11, Gano had a watchful way about him, noticing more than he talked about. In the crowded space below the deck, Francesca Lucchese sat with her daughters, Petra, Rosalia, and Concetta, and her other sons, Antonino and Giuseppe. Their few things were packed neatly in old leather bags. Guarded as carefully as family treasures, Francesca's hands were always moving, either in prayer or in the small jobs of being a mother that she did without thinking. "There he is," she said, as Gaetano appeared with his father. "Come sit with us. Tell me what you saw." "Water." "Mama?" Gaetano answered simply. "Just water and sky." The family stayed close together as the ship kept moving toward America without stopping. Around them, the sounds of people feeling sick from the sea, children crying, and quiet talks about what was waiting for them in the new world made a music of immigrant hope. At night, when his brothers and sisters were asleep, Gaetano would sometimes lie awake, listening to his parents' whispered talks. "Your brother-in-law says many people from Palermo have settled in East Harlem," Baldassare murmured to his wife. "Antonino will help us find rooms until I can start my barber shop. And the children? What will happen to them in this new place?" Francesca's worry could be felt, even in whispers. "They will learn English. They will have chances we could never give them in Palermo." Gano closed his eyes, remembering these pieces. He already knew that to survive meant to listen, to watch, to learn the rules of whatever world he was in. The morning they saw land, a wild excitement spread all over the ship. People crowded the deck, trying hard to see their first look at America. When the Statue of Liberty finally appeared through the morning fog, many fell to their knees in prayer or cried openly. Gaetano stood between his older brothers, seeing the sight of the copper lady holding her torch high. "Libertà, freedom," someone nearby whispered with deep respect. "Remember this moment," Antonino told his younger brother. "This is where our new life starts." But the beginning was harder than the dream. Ellis Island stood in front of them, a huge building where the hopes of millions were sorted through paperwork and checks. "Stay together," Baldassare told his family as they joined the slow line of immigrants. "Answer their questions truthfully and clearly." The great hall echoed with voices speaking dozens of languages. Officers in uniforms moved through the crowds, pointing, asking, marking. Doctors checked eyes with quick, impersonal movements, turning eyelids with button hooks and marking coats with chalk symbols. Children cried, women prayed, men stood without showing feeling, hiding their fear behind pride. When their turn came, the Lucchese family stood before an immigration officer whose name they would never know, but whose power over what happened to them was complete. "Name?" the officer asked, not looking up from his book. "Baldassare Lucchese," Gaetano's father answered clearly. "With my wife Francesca and our children Petra, Rosalia, Concetta, Antonino, Giuseppe, and Gaetano. We are coming to America to be with my brother-in-law Antonino Cooley at 237 East 106th Street. I am a barber." The questions kept coming, each one another problem to pass. Then came an unexpected trouble. For reasons not fully explained, Francesca and some of the children were held back, taken away from Baldassare during the checking. "Papa?" Gaetano's voice shook a little as he watched his mother being led away. "It will be okay," his father told him, though the tightness around his eyes showed his concern. "It is just what they do. We must be patient." For 5 days they waited, stuck in the in-between place of paperwork. Gano watched his father stay calm on the outside while quietly asking questions, talking with officers, waiting for his family to be let out. On November 27, 1911, 5 days after they arrived, and right before the American holiday of Thanksgiving, the family was finally back together and let go into the care of Antonino Cooley. As they stepped onto the ferry that would take them to Manhattan, Gaetano felt his father's hand squeeze his shoulder. "Remember, Gaetano," Baldassare said softly, "in America, we must become Americans, but never forget who we are and where we come from." The boy nodded, his eyes taking in the coming view of New York City. A forest of buildings taller than any he had seen in Palermo, their windows catching the late fall sunlight. East Harlem welcomed the Lucchese family with familiar sounds and smells that for a moment made the loneliness of arriving feel easier. Italian voices called from windows. The smell of garlic and tomatoes cooking came from open kitchens. Old men played cards at small tables set up on sidewalks. Antonino's apartment at 237 East, 106th Street became their first American home, a crowded space where the 7 Luccheses added to a home that was already full. But within days, Baldassare had found rooms for his family at 213 East 106th Street, an apartment building full of other Sicilians. Their new home had 3 small rooms. The biggest room was the kitchen, dining room, and place to gather. 2 smaller rooms were for sleeping, one for the parents, another shared by all 6 children. "It is small," Francesca said as she unpacked the few things, "but it is clean and it is ours." Gaetano watched his mother change the empty rooms into a home with the skill of a woman who had learned to make a lot from a little. An old cloth covered the table. Religious pictures were put carefully on walls. The few family photos they had brought from Sicily were set on a small shelf outside their windows. East Harlem beat with the energy of an immigrant neighborhood finding its place in the new world. The train on the elevated track rattled down 2nd Avenue, letting out coal smoke that settled on window sills. People selling things on the street called out what they had in a mix of Italian dialects and broken English. Children played in streets and alleys, getting used to the up and down living of apartment buildings. Within days of their arrival, Baldassare found work as a cement hauler. Hard physical work that was far from his trained job as a barber. Each morning before the sun came up, he would leave the apartment, coming back late with his clothes covered in dust and his hands sore. "It is temporary," he told his family over simple dinners of pasta and whatever vegetables Francesca could buy. "Soon I will have my barber shop again." For young Gaetano, those first weeks in America were a time of silent watching. While his brothers and sisters talked excitedly about the differences between Palermo and New York, he watched and listened, taking in the unwritten rules of their new place. He saw how the neighborhood organized itself, not just by streets and buildings, but by family connections and loyalty to where they were from. People from Palermo stuck together, keeping traditions and solving problems themselves. The police hardly ever went on certain blocks, and when they did, talking stopped until they passed. At night, Gaetano would sometimes slip out of bed to sit by the window, watching the street below. The people who lit the street lamps moved from post to post, making circles of yellow light that cut the darkness into known territories. Men gathered on corners talking quietly. Sometimes an envelope would pass from hand to hand, or a nod would send someone hurrying on an errand. "You should be sleeping," his father said, finding him at the window one night. "I'm learning America," Gaetano replied simply. Baldassare looked at his son for a long moment. "There is much to learn," he finally said. "But remember, in this country, school is what will make the difference. You must study hard when you start school." School started for Gaetano in January 1912. A confusing experience of English words that made no sense, and American children who made fun of his accent and clothes. But he got used to it quickly, his watchful way helping him well. He learned to be quiet until he was sure of what to say. He saw which teachers could be pleased and which needed perfect obedience. "Your teacher says you're learning English very quickly," his mother told him proudly after meeting with the school principal. Gano shrugged. "It's not so hard. You just have to listen. By spring, the family had moved again to 316 East, 118th Street, still in the Italian area, but in slightly better living space. Baldassare had found work as a barber again, renting a chair in a shop owned by another Sicilian. The familiar sound of scissors and straight razors, of men talking politics and business while getting a haircut, gave back some of his pride after months of hard labor. The neighborhood had its own beat, different from Palermo, yet connected to it by invisible strings of tradition and duty. Gaetano noticed how certain men were treated with respect, how arguments were solved without getting the authorities involved, how protection was given and taken without clear terms. One evening, a loud argument happened outside their building. The store owner was arguing loudly with two men who had come to collect what they called insurance payments. Gaetano watched from the window as neighbors quickly pulled their children inside and closed their shutters. "Come away from there," his mother ordered, pulling him back from the window. "Why are they fighting?" Gaetano asked. "It is not our business," Francesca said firmly. "In America, we mind our own affairs." But later, he heard his father explaining to his mother in quiet tones, "It is the Black Hand. They send letters asking for money. If you don't pay, they ruin your business. Or worse, like in Sicily," Francesca murmured. "Some things do not change. The difference is that here, a man can choose to build something new," Baldassare replied. "If we keep to ourselves, work hard, and follow the rules, our children will have better lives." As the seasons changed, New York showed itself in new ways to the Lucchese family. The choking heat of summer in the apartment buildings drove people onto fire escapes and roofs. Fall brought people campaigning for politics from Tammany Hall, offering coal and food baskets in exchange for votes. Winter pushed poor people closer to starving as work became hard to find and heating costs went up. Through it all, young Gaetano continued his quiet education in the ways of East Harlem. He learned which stores let families in need buy on credit, which policemen could be greeted and which to avoid, which alleys were shortcuts and which held danger. At home, the family kept Sicilian traditions. They spoke the dialect of Palermo. They celebrated saints' days with special meals. They went to Mass at the Italian church where the priest gave sermons in their first language and knew the old ways. "In America, we are Americans," Baldassare would remind his children. "But in this home, we are Sicilian. Never forget where you come from." For Gaetano, these two identities became normal. The American school boy who was learning to read and write English, and the Sicilian son who knew the unspoken rules of family honor and duty. As 1911 became 1912, the Lucchese family put down first roots in their new country. Baldassare saved money carefully toward opening his own barbershop. Francesca took in sewing to add to the family's money. The older children started to find after-school jobs, running errands, delivering packages, helping in neighborhood businesses. Gaetano, still too young for a real job, became his father's shadow when not in school, watching the complicated social dance of the barbershop. How deals were made, how information was shared, how respect was earned and kept. "A barber hears everything and says little," Baldassare told his son as he swept hair from the floor. "People talk freely in front of us, like we are not there. This is valuable, figlio mio, to hear what others do not mean for you to know." On Sundays, the family would sometimes take the streetcar to Central Park, a treat of space and green plants that seemed impossible among the crowded apartment buildings. They would bring bread and cheese for a simple picnic. Watching American families with their strange clothes and unfamiliar games. "Will we ever be like them?" Gaetano once asked. pointing to a well-dressed family whose children played with expensive toys. "Perhaps not us," his father answered truthfully, "but you or your children might be. That is why we came to America, not for ourselves, but for what comes after us." As their first full year in America came near its end, the Lucchese family gathered for a small celebration of Gaetano's 12th birthday on December 1st, 1912. Francesca had saved enough to make a small cake, and each family member gave a small gift: a pencil, a marble, a holy card blessed by the priest. 12 years old, Baldassare said, resting his hand on his son's shoulder. No longer a child. In the old country, many boys your age are already working all the time. "I want to work," Gaetano replied seriously. "I can help the family." His father looked at him thoughtfully. "First school, then work. But yes, perhaps it is time you learn more about making your way in America." That night, as the family slept, Gaetano lay awake, thinking about his father's words. Through the thin walls of the apartment building, he could hear the sounds of East Harlem at night, faraway laughter from a social club, the occasional shout, the rumble of the elevated train. This was his world now, so different from the sun-heated streets of Palermo, yet connected to it by the invisible strings of family and tradition. Outside, the first snow of the season began to fall on New York, covering the dirt of the city with a temporary blanket of clean white. Tomorrow, it would turn to slush under the feet of thousands. But for this moment, it changed the known view into something new and full of possibility. Gaetano Lucchese, not yet called Tommy, not yet marked by the accident that would give him his nickname, not yet knowing the path waiting for him in the streets of East Harlem, closed his eyes and went to sleep. His dreams were still those of a boy standing at the beginning of a new world. The whispers of what he might become were still just whispers carried on the winter wind, echoing through the narrow streets of an immigrant neighborhood where 1,000 stories like his were happening, each one a thread in the complicated tapestry of America in East Harlem. 1912 came with the steady beat of train wheels and factory whistles. Gaetano Tommy Lucchese stood at the edge of 107th Street watching. Just 15, he had the careful eyes of someone much older, taking in the flow of pushcarts, the nods between store owners, and the quiet exchanges happening in doorways that most people pretended not to see. The morning light caught the cobblestones still wet from an early washing, while 3 blocks away, a man in a pressed suit collected envelopes from the Italian bakery, the butcher, and the corner grocery. Tommy recognized the pattern. Protection money, the neighborhood tax that kept certain problems away while inviting others in. "You going to stand there all day, watching like some cop?" The voice belonged to Salvatore, a boy 2 years older with dark hair parted perfectly. "Or you coming with us?" Tommy walked beside him. His family had only been in East Harlem since the previous year, moved from the Lower East Side apartment buildings where they'd first stayed after coming from Palermo. The neighborhood was different here, more Sicilian, more organized in its ranks. Here, a street gang wasn't just about fights and small theft. Here, it was a learning time. "They're collecting from Belanca's today," Salvatore muttered, nodding toward the suit-wearing collector. "That means Reina sent him." Tommy had heard the name before. Gaetano Tommy Reina, the boss who controlled this part of East Harlem and reached into the Bronx. The man who decided which ice trucks delivered to which blocks, which pushcarts could sell on which corners, which gambling businesses got permission to work. "You think they'll take us on?" Tommy asked quietly. "The 107th Street gang. They might. Especially you. You're quiet. They like quiet." And so began Tommy Lucchese's education. The 107th Street gang worked under Reina's control. A street-level group that handled the day-to-day business too small for the boss's attention. They ran numbers games, collected small debts, and kept an eye on the neighborhood's business pulse. They were the eyes and ears, the first step of the ladder by winter. Tommy had found his place. Not as muscle, he was too thin for that, but as a watcher. The boy who could stand on a corner for hours, a cigarette hanging from his lips, nothing getting past his attention. You see that? An older gang member named Carlo pointed across the street one crisp December evening. The way Giordano's handing out those free loaves. That's because he's taking some of the protection money, giving away bread so people think he's having a hard time. Tommy nodded. His daughter bought a new coat last week, real wool. Carlo gave him an approving look. You notice things good. The streets of East Harlem taught Tommy that everything was a system. The protection rackets weren't random demands, but regular payments. Store owners who paid on time rarely saw trouble. Those who fought back found their windows broken, their deliveries accidentally damaged, their customers scared. It wasn't personal. It was business. By 1913, Tommy was 16 and working days at a machine shop, learning to shape metal parts for the growing car industry. The work was steady, and it gave him a cover, a real reason for a young man to have money in his pockets. In the evenings, he ran errands for the gang, delivering messages, standing lookout for the bookmakers working from the back of a social club on 106th Street. You keep your mouth shut, the bookmaker had told him on his first night. That's worth more than muscle in this business. The social club itself was nothing fancy. A few tables for cards, a bar serving watered whiskey, even with the temperance movement's growing power, and a small kitchen where an old woman made sandwiches for the men who came to place their bets on horses running at tracks across the country. From his place near the door, Tommy watched the dance of it all. The folded bills passed in handshakes, the careful notes in small books, the coded language that hid the real business. Kid's got the right temperament, he heard the bookmaker telling Carlo one night. Doesn't get excited, doesn't talk too much. Tommy took it as the compliment it was meant to be. In the world of the 107th Street gang, being forgettable was an advantage. The police were always looking for troublemakers, and the loudest ones were the first to be arrested when pressure came from the police station. The machine shop where Tommy worked was a world of grinding gears, hot metal, and the constant smell of oil. It was honest work, more or less, and his mother took pride in telling the neighbors that her son had a trade. What she didn't know was how Tommy studied the men who came through the door on collection days. How they moved, how they talked, the way they could show threat without ever raising their voices. One afternoon in early 1914, the shop got a visit from two men in suits too nice for the neighborhood. Tommy recognized one as a lieutenant in Reina's organization, though he didn't know his name. Mr. Lombardi, the man spoke to the shop owner. We're here about the association dues, the owner, a barrel-chested man with forearms like tree trunks, nodded tightly. Same as last month. There's been an adjustment. Cost of business, you understand. Tommy kept his head down, working the lathe, but his ears heard every word. This was how it worked. The Businessmen's Association was just another name for Reina's protection. The dues were required. Lombardi disappeared into his office with the men, coming out 10 minutes later with a face like thunder. When the suits were gone, he slammed his fist on a workbench. Vultures. They raised the dues, but do they keep the unions off my back? Do they make sure my deliveries come on time? Tommy said nothing, keeping his hands moving on the machine. But he was learning, watching the exchange happen. He understood something about power. It wasn't about shouting or threatening. It was about systems. The men who collected for Reina weren't feared because they carried weapons. They were feared because they represented order. Fighting them meant inviting chaos. The ragtime music coming from the corner bar seemed to make fun of the hard truth of neighborhood money matters. Outside, boys sold newspapers with headlines about labor laws and changes. Inside the shops and stores, nothing changed. The strong still took, and the weak still paid. By the summer of 1914, Tommy had been moved up from just lookout to collector's helper. He would go with one of the older gang members, a hard-faced man named Vincent. As they made rounds to the pushcart sellers who set up along 116th Street, "It's about respect," Vincent told them as they walked. "These guys need to see the same face every week. They need to know the rules don't change just because they hope they will." They walked up to a fruit seller, his cart piled high with apples and peaches in the August heat. The man's face tightened when he saw them coming. "Mr. Esposito," Vincent greeted him with practiced friendliness. "How's business?" "Slow, very slow," the seller replied, though his cart was nearly empty from a good day's sales. "The Irish lady who buys my peaches, she moved away. The butcher's wife. She grows her own tomatoes now." Vincent smiled without humor. "That's too bad. But the street tax doesn't change." Tommy watched the routine happen. The reluctant reaching into a hidden pocket. The folded bills, the receipt that would never be written. Vincent nodded to him, and Tommy stepped forward to take the money, putting it into an inside pocket of his jacket. "See you next week, Mr. Esposito," Vincent said. "Maybe business will be better." As they moved on, Vincent kept his voice low. "You see how it works? We're not robbing him. We're collecting what's owed for the right to do business here, without us. Some Irish gang from 3 blocks over might decide to take his whole cart. Without us, the beat cop might suddenly find health problems." Tommy nodded. He was starting to understand the neighborhood's ecosystem, how protection rackets made stability, how the local gangs worked as branches under Reina's larger organization, how money flowed upward through a carefully kept ranking. The machine shop continued to give Tommy real cover and a steady paycheck. He was becoming skilled at the lathe, shaping metal with growing precision. The work needed focus and the ability to keep concentration amid the noise of machinery. It was in the early months of 1915 that everything changed. Tommy was running the lathe, working on a very delicate piece that needed him to keep his hands close to the spinning metal. His mind wandered for just a moment to a conversation he'd heard the night before about a rival gang moving in on 110th Street, and his right hand slipped. The pain was immediate and blinding. Blood sprayed across the workbench as the machine caught his hand, crushing his thumb and forefinger before he could pull away. His shout was lost in the general noise of the shop until a coworker saw him stumbling backward, holding his ruined hand to his chest. What followed was a blur of activity. Someone wrapping his hand with a shop rag, the quick trip to the hospital, the serious-faced doctor who checked the damage. "We'll have to cut them off," the doctor said matter-of-factly. "The thumb and forefinger are too damaged to save." Tommy stared at the ceiling as they gave him ether, the sweet smell filling his nose as he lost consciousness. When he woke, his right hand was heavily bandaged, the pain dulled by morphine, but still there, throbbing under the wraps. The loss of his fingers meant the end of his job as a machinist. As he got better in the small bedroom of his family's apartment, visitors from the 107th Street gang came by, saying they were checking on him, but also to see if he would still be useful. "Bad luck, kid," Carlo said, sitting in the single chair beside Tommy's bed. "But maybe not the worst thing. Factory work is for suckers anyway. Tommy looked down at his bandaged hand. What am I supposed to do now? Carlo shrugged. Same as before, just more of it. You've got a good head, and now you've got something else too. What's that? A trademark, something people will remember. When Tommy was finally arrested on a small charge hanging around outside a gambling house, the police officer, processing him, stared at his hurt hand. Well, look at that, the cop said with a smirk. We got ourselves Three-Finger Brown. Just like the baseball player. Tommy said nothing, but inside he hated the nickname. Mordecai Three-Finger Brown was a famous Chicago Cubs pitcher who had lost parts of his fingers in a farm machinery accident as a child. The comparison wasn't nice, but Tommy knew it would stick. In the arrest records next to his name, the officer wrote, A.K.A. Three-Finger Brown. The accident changed Tommy's path within the gang structure. Unable to go back to the factory, he gave himself full time to street operations. But his disability actually worked to his advantage in unexpected ways. The leaders of the 107th Street Gang started to see him as someone who could handle organizational jobs rather than strong arm work. You'll be my go-between, Vincent told him one evening in late spring of 1915. You'll keep track of who's paid and who's late. You'll make sure the numbers match up at the end of the day. It was a promotion of sorts from collector's helper to bookkeeper. Tommy took to it naturally. His mind had always been orderly, and he had a gift for remembering details without having to write them down. Who owed what, who paid when, which beat cops got which envelopes on which days. He kept it all straight. The hurt hand became a kind of signature. When Tommy showed up at a store owner's door, there was no mistaking who he was or who he represented. The nickname he hated became, strangely, a source of authority. Three-Finger Brown's here for the weekly, store owners would murmur to each other as he came near. The name carried weight even if Tommy himself was still just a teenager. By the summer of 1915, Tommy had made himself an important part of the 107th Street Gang's operations. He moved through the neighborhood like a shadow, quiet, watchful, more and more respected. The accident that might have ruined another young man's chances had strangely focused Tommy's path. One hot August evening, as Tommy sat in the back room of a social club, counting the day's collections, a man he knew as one of Raina's lieutenants walked up to his table. The boss has noticed you, the man said without introduction. Says you keep things running smooth on 107th. Tommy nodded carefully. I try to keep the books straight. Keep doing what you're doing. There might be a place for you higher up if you stay smart. After the man left, Tommy sat in the dimly lit room, thinking about what this meant. Raina's notice was both a chance and a risk. To be seen was to be open to attack. But to be valued by the boss meant protection of a different kind, outside. The streets of East Harlem were alive with the sounds of summer children playing in the spray of opened fire hydrants, the calls of sellers selling their last goods before nightfall, the soft music of mandolins playing through open windows. From his place at the back table, Tommy could hear it all. The music of a neighborhood where he was becoming not just a resident, but a quiet force. His hurt hand rested on the table beside the carefully stacked bills, Three-Finger Brown. He still hated the name, but he was starting to understand its value. In a world where most men tried to blend in, he had been marked as different. And in that difference, perhaps lay a strange kind of advantage. The machine that had taken his fingers had also given him a new identity. As he wrapped the day's take in brown paper and got ready to deliver it to Vincent, Tommy Lucchese thought about his future. The factory accident had closed one door, but opened another. The 107th Street Gang had become his new workplace with different tools and different risks. But the same basic rule, attention to detail, meant survival. Night settled over East Harlem, and with it came the quiet understanding that young Gaetano Lucchese was no longer just watching the system. He had become part of it, marked by loss, but made stronger by need. His missing fingers a constant reminder that in this life, carelessness took its own permanent payment. The winter of 1916 put a gray cover over East Harlem, where steam rose from manhole covers like spirits escaping the underworld. Tommy Lucchese pulled his collar tighter against the biting cold as he walked the known streets of his area. The 107th Street Gang had become more than just neighborhood toughs. They were becoming a name whispered with a mix of respect and fear throughout the district. Tommy's footsteps echoed against the apartment building walls. His shadow, made long by the weak afternoon light, his right hand, changed forever by the factory accident years earlier, stayed in his pocket, not from shame, but from the practical habit of a man who knew the value of being thought less of. The missing fingers had become part of his story, a physical sign of his toughness. Buongiorno, Signor Tommaso called an old store owner, nodding respectfully as Tommy passed. The man's hands shook a little as he arranged fruit in his storefront display. Tommy paused, giving a careful smile. "How's business, Salvatore?" "Better now that those boys don't knock over my stands anymore. I make my payments on time." "Yes." The old man's eyes moved nervously. "You do. And that's why you sleep well at night." Tommy put a reassuring hand on the man's shoulder. "My mother sends her good wishes to your wife." This was the dance of their neighborhood protection in exchange for payment, wrapped in the appearance of community care. The 107th Street Gang had made organized what had once been chaotic. Unpredictable shakedowns under Tommy's influence, they had brought order to disorder, making a predictable place where everyone knew the rules. Later that evening, Tommy sat in the back room of a social club on First Avenue. Smoke hung thick in the air, moving in the dim light of a single hanging bulb. 4 men sat around a marked wooden table, playing cards spread between them, glasses of amber whiskey catching what little light came through. "The Reina outfit is watching us," said Angelo, a heavy-set man with calculating eyes who ran numbers for the gang. "Word is they like how we handle the neighborhood." Tommy nodded, looking at his cards. "Reina controls everything from here to the Bronx. If he's watching, we should make sure he sees something worth his time." A younger man leaned forward. "You think we should be worried?" "No," Tommy replied, his voice soft but carrying the weight of certainty. "I think we should be ready. There's opportunity in being noticed by the right people." Tommy had learned that power rarely announced itself with gunfire and headlines. Real power moved quietly through whispers and nods, through envelopes passed under tables and agreements sealed with nothing more than a handshake. The 107th Street Gang had built something valuable, a system that made steady money with little violence, a machine that hummed rather than roared. As 1917 began, Tommy found himself called to a meeting that would change his path. A plain cafe in the Italian part of the Bronx served as neutral ground. Tommy arrived early, taking a seat that gave him a view of both the door and the street outside the window. The cafe smelled of espresso and fresh bread, the quiet murmur of conversation making a blanket of privacy. Gaetano Tommy, Reina, entered exactly on time. He was a man of medium height with smart eyes that seemed to list everything they saw. He moved with the quiet confidence of someone who commanded respect without having to demand it. "You're the one they call Three-Finger Brown," Reina said after they had exchanged greetings, talking about Tommy's nickname earned after his accident. Tommy nodded, neither accepting nor refusing the name. Some do. I hear your crew runs a tight operation. No unnecessary trouble, good returns. Reliable collections. Rena stirred sugar into his espresso. That's rare in this business. People prefer knowing what to expect, Tommy replied. Chaos is bad for everyone's business. Rena studied him for a long moment. I need men who understand that. Men who can handle money without taking some for themselves. Who can carry messages without forgetting words. Who can be seen without being noticed. And if I were interested in such work, Tommy asked, keeping the careful dance of uncertainty that marked these conversations, then you and your crew would work under my protection. Your area would stay yours to manage. But you would have chances beyond what a neighborhood can offer. Rena drank his coffee. The world is changing, Lucchese. Prohibition is coming. Those who place themselves now will control what happens after. By spring, Tommy had started his learning time in Rena's broader organization. His duties grew beyond the known streets of his neighborhood. Now he carried envelopes filled with cash to city officials, delivered messages to other crew leaders, and watched the complicated web of relationships that made up Rena's power. The ice distribution business proved especially educational. In the days before electrical refrigeration became common, ice was necessary, and Rena controlled its flow throughout the Bronx and East Harlem. Tommy watched how this physical need turned into influence, how store owners and restaurants dependent on ice for their lives became, by extension, dependent on Rena's goodwill. The beauty of ice, Rena explained, as they toured a warehouse where huge blocks were stored, is that everyone needs it and it disappears. They must come back tomorrow and the day after that. Tommy nodded. Taking in the lesson, dependence creates reliability. Exactly. Remember that? Find what people can't live without. Control its distribution. And you control them without ever having to raise your voice. The warehouse was kept freezing to preserve the ice. Their breath visible in the cold air. Men worked with picks and saws, breaking down the huge blocks into manageable pieces for delivery. The scene gave the perfect picture of how Rena worked, taking something big and dividing it into portions that could be given out according to his plan. In the fall of 1918, as the Great War in Europe came to an end and the Spanish flu swept through crowded apartment buildings, Tommy's role within Rena's organization became solid. He was trusted with managing payoff distribution, a responsibility that needed secrecy, accuracy, and a calm manner. The beat cop gets 15 a week, explained Salvatore Toto, D'Aquila, one of Rena's lieutenants, as he trained Tommy in the details of the system. The sergeant gets 40, the precinct captain gets 100. But you never hand it to him directly. His bagman comes every second Tuesday. They sat in a back office above a legitimate-looking import business. Ledgers lay open on the desk, filled with columns of numbers written in the simple code amounts disguised as inventory entries. City inspectors? Tommy asked, remembering the information. Health department gets paid monthly. Building inspectors quarterly, unless there's a specific problem. Fire department after any major incident, just to make sure the reports come out right. D'Aquila closed one ledger and opened another. It's all about keeping balance. Pay too little, they cause problems. Pay too much, they get greedy. Tommy nodded. And the money comes from everything. Protection payments from stores, a percentage from the gambling operations, the ice business. Loan interest. D'Aquila gestured to the complicated web of entries. Money comes in, money goes out. Our job is to make sure more comes in than goes out, and that everyone who needs to get paid gets exactly what they're promised. No more, no less. This money education proved very valuable. Tommy built a reputation for reliability and exactness, qualities that Reina valued above almost all others. There would always be men willing to use violence, but those who could handle the business side, who could manage the flow of money without attracting attention, were much rarer. By 1919, as the country moved toward prohibition, Tommy's views grew further. His work for Reina brought him into contact with a new generation of ambitious young criminals, whose vision went beyond traditional neighborhood limits. The back room of a speakeasy on 106th Street served as an informal meeting place where these rising figures gathered. The room was thick with smoke and ambition. Conversations held in quiet tones over glasses of illegal whiskey. It was here that Tommy first met Charles Lucky Luciano, Frank Costello, and Meyer Lansky Luciano. With his sharp features and piercing look, commanded attention without trying. Costello showed an air of polish that hid his street beginnings. Lansky, small in size but intense in presence, spoke with the exactness of a math expert. The old ways are finished, Luciano was saying as Tommy joined their table. This business needs to run like a business, not a blood fight. Tommy drank his whiskey, listening more than talking. These men represented something different, a break from the old world traditions that still ruled much of Italian organized crime. They talked of working together across ethnic lines, of organizing criminal business with the efficiency of companies. "You're with Reina's outfit," Lansky observed. Studying Tommy with intelligent eyes, Tommy nodded. "I manage certain parts of his interests." "Reina understands the value of organization," Costello said. "That's why he survived while others have fallen." The conversation flowed through the night, touching on the opportunities that prohibition would bring, the changing nature of the city, the need for new ways to old problems. Tommy said little, but took in much. These men saw the future taking shape and were placing themselves to benefit from it. As he walked home that night, the city humming with the nervous energy of coming change, Tommy considered his position. He had risen from a street tough to a trusted operator within Reina's organization. He had developed skills that went beyond simple threatening or violence. He understood systems, the flow of money, the importance of reliable friends. The year 1920 came with the start of the Volstead Act, and with it new possibilities and challenges. Prohibition made immediate chances for those ready to supply what the law now forbade. Tommy found himself more and more involved in coordinating the planning of Reina's bootlegging operations. On a cold February evening, Tommy met with Reina in a small Italian restaurant that served as one of their regular meeting places. The business was officially closed, but the owner, a cousin of Reina, had made a private dinner for them. "The demand is beyond what anyone expected," Reina said as they ate pasta. "People who never drank before want it now that it's forbidden." "We need safe storage locations," Tommy replied. "Places the prohibition agents won't think to look," Reina nodded. "And transportation that won't attract attention, not just trucks. We need boats to bring in the Canadian whiskey, warehouses to store it, distribution networks to move it. I've been talking with some men who have connections at the docks," Tommy offered. "They can arrange for shipments to come in with little inspection." "Good. Expand those contacts." Reina refilled their wine glasses. "You've proven yourself valuable, Lucchese. You think beyond the moment. See the bigger picture." "I learned from watching you," Tommy replied. The compliment was sincere despite its strategic delivery. Reina smiled slightly. "There's a meeting next week. The commission wants to coordinate efforts, establish territories, prevent unnecessary competition. You'll come with me." The invitation represented another step up the organizational ladder. Tommy would be present at discussions that would shape the structure of bootlegging operations throughout the city, sitting among men who controlled huge criminal businesses as spring loomed across the city. Tommy's position within Raina's organization kept becoming solid. He kept his connections to the 107th Street Gang, which now worked as an extension of Raina's operation, while at the same time building relationships with figures from other neighborhoods and ethnic backgrounds. One warm evening, Tommy found himself in a Harlem social club where the air vibrated with jazz and conversation. The customers were mixed Italian, Jewish, Irish, a reflection of the changing nature of the criminal underworld. Tommy sat at a corner table with Meyer Lansky, talking about the practical challenges of their new business environment. The problem with prohibition, Lansky said, his voice barely heard above the music, is that it creates too many amateurs. Every neighborhood tough thinks he can buy a few cases and become a bootlegger. And amateurs attract attention, Tommy agreed. They get caught, they talk. Exactly. This business needs structure, discipline, territories clearly marked, quality controlled, profits properly given out. Lansky tapped his finger on the table for emphasis. The old model Sicilians with Sicilians, Jews with Jews. Irish with Irish, it doesn't work anymore. The opportunity is too big for any one group. Tommy considered this. Raina understands cooperation. He's practical. That's why he survived. Others resist change until it breaks them. Lansky leaned forward. Lucky and I are building something different. Not tied to the old country or old grudges of business first. With partners chosen for what they bring to the table, not where their grandparents were born. The conversation left Tommy thoughtful. He saw the logic in what Lansky proposed, a modernization of criminal business that mirrored the change of real business. The world was changing, becoming more connected, more complicated. Those who adapted would do well. Those who held to outdated methods would fail. By the summer of 1920, Tommy had become a known figure within East Harlem's criminal ranks. His connection with Raina gave protection and opportunity, while his management abilities had earned him respect on his own. He moved between worlds, the street-level operations of the 107th Street Gang, the broader organizational structure of Raina's family, and the coming network of younger, forward-thinking criminals like Luciano and Lansky. On a hot August afternoon, Tommy sat in a barber shop that served as one of his regular meeting places. The rhythmic snip of scissors and the occasional splash of bay rum made a soothing background for business discussions. The barber, a man named Giuseppe, who had been cutting Tommy's hair since childhood, kept a studied lack of interest in the conversations that happened in his chair. "We had trouble with a shipment last night," reported Vinny, one of Tommy's trusted lieutenants. Prohibition agents almost caught the truck coming in from New Jersey. Tommy felt the cool steel of scissors near his ear. Almost. The driver knew the back roads, managed to lose them. Vinny lowered his voice further. But they're getting more aggressive. Someone must be feeding them information. Or they're getting desperate for arrests to justify their budgets. Tommy thought about what this meant. Change the routes, change the schedule, use different drivers for the next few runs. Already done. And I put some men on watching the agent's movements. See if we can see patterns. Tommy nodded slightly. Careful not to disturb Giuseppe's work. Good. What about the new distribution point in the Bronx? Up and running, taking in 40 cases a week. All moving smoothly. The conversation continued, touching on protection payments, gambling operations, and the latest political developments that might affect their business. Tommy listened more than he spoke, filing away information, seeing possible problems, thinking about opportunities. As the year moved toward its end, Tommy thought about his change. He had entered Raina's world as a neighborhood gang leader with a reputation for discipline and reliability. Now, 4 years later, He had become an important part of a criminal organization that reached throughout the Bronx and East Harlem. Involved in businesses ranging from protection rackets to bootlegging, his strength lay not in threatening or violence, though he could use both when needed, but in his organizational skill, his ability to manage complicated systems without drawing attention. He understood the value of secrecy, of working in the shadows rather than the spotlight. On a crisp December evening, Tommy stood on the roof of his apartment building. Looking out over the lights of East Harlem, the city spread before him like a tapestry of possibilities. Steam rose from chimneys. Cars moved along the streets below, and behind countless windows, lives happened, some honest, some not, all connected in the complicated ecosystem of city life. The past 4 years had been changing. He had risen from street enforcer to a trusted lieutenant within a major criminal organization. He had grown his understanding of how power worked in the city, not just through force, but through systems of influence and control. He had built relationships that went beyond traditional limits, placing himself at the meeting point of old-world criminal traditions and new, more businesslike approaches. As 1920 came to its close, Tommy Lucchese stood at a beginning. Behind him lay the learning experiences that had shaped him, the 107th Street Gang, his start into Reina's organization, his education in the mechanics of criminal business. Ahead lay uncertainties and opportunities, challenges and possibilities. The cold air filled his lungs as he looked at the city, his city in many ways. He had claimed his place within its hidden power structures, had learned its rhythms and rules. Whatever came next, he would face it with the same qualities that had brought him this far: patience, secrecy, and an unfailing ability to adapt to changing situations. The future remained unwritten, but Tommy Lucchese had proven himself good at shaping situations to his advantage. As the lights of the city twinkled before him, he allowed himself a rare moment of satisfaction before turning to go back down into the world he had made his own. The weak winter light coming through the windows of Suffolk County Court did nothing to soften the hard edges of the courtroom. Tommy Lucchese sat straight-backed in his chair, his face an unreadable mask despite the weight of the moment. Behind him, people watching murmured in quiet tones, while Judge George H. Furman's gavel came down with finality like the period at the end of a sentence Tommy had been afraid of. To give notice to the whole world that they cannot steal automobiles in Suffolk County and get away without being punished, Judge Furman announced, his voice carrying the seriousness of authority. I sentence the defendants, Thomas Lucchese and John Spinelli, to serve between 3 years and 8 months and a maximum of 10 years in prison. The courtroom seemed to fade around him as the words hung in the air. Tommy's mind flashed to the trial, the handwriting experts who said that the sale papers for the Packard touring car, supposedly signed by a mysterious J. Cullum, had actually been written in his own hand. The jury had thought about it for just 3 hours before coming back with the decision guilty of first-degree grand larceny. It was March 27, 1922, and as the guards came to lead him away, Tommy realized his previously clean record, at least in the eyes of the law, was now permanently stained. His careful building of a life that kept him safe from results was falling apart. The trip to Sing Sing was silent and cold. Through the windows of the prison transport, Tommy watched as the Hudson River appeared and disappeared between the trees, gray and uncaring like the stone walls that would soon surround him. Ossining, New York, the town that housed the famous prison, came into view as the afternoon shadows grew long. The iron gates of Sing Sing opened with a metal groan that seemed to echo Tommy's inner giving up. The processing was mechanical fingerprints, photographs, prison clothes handed over with indifferent efficiency. His suit, the carefully chosen clothes of a respectable businessman, was folded away, replaced by the uniform that made him a number. That first night in the cell, listening to the sounds of men coughing, whispering, occasionally crying out in their sleep, Tommy stared at the ceiling and thought about mistakes, not moral ones. He had long ago made peace with his chosen path. But tactical ones. Suffolk County had been outside his area of influence, beyond the protective cover that Gaetano Lucchese's organization had made in East Harlem. The auto theft had been a venture into territory where his name carried no weight, where the police couldn't be bought. First night's the hardest, a voice whispered from the next cell. Gets easier when you find your people. Tommy didn't answer, but he heard the advice. He would need to move through this place as carefully as he had the streets. The days at Sing Sing fell into a rhythm, a heartbeat of sameness broken by moments of tension. The yard was where friendships were made, where rankings were set without words. Tommy watched, learning the unwritten rules that ruled life behind bars. It mirrored the outside in many ways. Men grouped by neighborhood, by ethnicity, by criminal specialty. There were bosses here. Two men who commanded respect through reputation or through fear. A month into his sentence, Tommy was approached in the mess hall by a heavyset man with a Brooklyn accent and knuckles that bore the scars of many fights. "You're with Raina," the man said. Not a question, but a statement as he sat across from Tommy. Tommy's eyes looked up briefly. "I work in East Harlem," he replied. Giving nothing away, the man nodded slightly. "Caruso," he said, offering his name but not his hand. "Got family on Mulberry Street? Word is you're solid." Tommy nodded slightly, acknowledging the tentative offering of peace. Information was money here, and someone had spoken well of him. "Man like you needs to be careful," Caruso continued, his voice lowered. "Screws got a special eye for guys they think got connections. They're looking for who you talk to." "What you say, I appreciate the concern," Tommy replied. His voice measured. "It's not concern. It's business," Caruso corrected. "We got arrangements in here. Ways to make time easier, but it needs discipline. Silence at the right times. Over the coming weeks." Tommy saw how the prison worked on many levels. The guards kept the official order, but underneath ran currents of an alternate economy: cigarettes, extra food, messages passed in and out, protection. The men who controlled these flows were not always the most physically strong. Often they were the ones who had connections on the outside, who understood the value of holding back, who knew when to apply pressure and when to give relief. Tommy found himself drawn into this parallel government, not through ambition, but through recognition. Men who knew of the Reyna family looked for him, quietly testing his secrecy, his reliability. He passed these tests without ever acknowledging they were happening, keeping the same careful distance he had grown on the streets. In his cell at night, he would sometimes trace his remaining fingers across the cold stone wall, feeling the years that had been soaked into the rock. Men had lived and died within these walls, had planned and schemed and given up. The prison was teaching him patience in a way the streets never had. Here, time stretched out unmovable and unyielding. Letters from home gave windows into a world continuing without him. His mother wrote of family matters, carefully avoiding anything that might be flagged by prison raiders. His father's health was getting worse, but they managed. His brother Antonino was working steadily as a plasterer. Giuseppe was doing well in school, and his sister Rose was making her way in the hat-making trade. Their apartment in 1997 2nd Avenue remained the family anchor. Waiting for his return, Tommy got other messages too. subtly coded within seemingly normal letters. The Reina organization was keeping its territories, adapting to the increasingly good opportunities presented by prohibition. Auto theft had become a growing industry throughout the city, with Ford's mass-produced Model Ts disappearing at a rate that kept chop shops busy from the Bronx to Brooklyn. In the prison yard, Tommy watched a conversation between two guards, their voices carrying on the cold air. "Can't believe they passed the Johnson-Reed Act," one said, lighting a cigarette. "My wife's cousins were trying to come over from Naples. Now they're saying the quota's filled up." "Good riddance," the other replied. "Country's full up as it is. Can't find work for the people already here." Tommy filed away this information. The 1924 Immigration Act would change the flow of Italian arrivals, possibly changing the recruitment patterns for the families. New blood would be scarcer, making existing loyalties more valuable. The prison chapel gave a quiet space for thought. Though Tommy noticed, it was also where many conversations happened beyond the guards' hearing. Men who wouldn't acknowledge each other in the yard would exchange whispered words during hymns, prayers becoming cover for business. During one such service, a thin man with gray temples slid into the pew beside Tommy. He recognized him as Vittorio, a bookkeeper who had been caught taking money from a Manhattan gambling operation. "They're saying you might be up for parole," Vittorio murmured, eyes forward on the altar. "Board's reviewing cases before Christmas." Tommy kept his expression neutral. "First I've heard of it. Connections working for you," Vittorio continued. "Word is some Suffolk County businessmen put in a good word. Said your case was overcharged." Tommy doubted this was true. Judge Furman had made an example of him, but he understood what was being communicated. Someone on the outside was arranging things, applying pressure through the proper channels. The Reina family hadn't forgotten him. When December came, bringing a bitter chill that seeped through the stone walls of Sing Sing, Tommy was indeed called before the parole board. He had served just 13 months of his sentence, far less than the minimum term Judge Furman had intended. The board members looked at him with the tired eyes of men who had heard every promise, every plea for mercy. Tommy offered neither. He spoke of his family's needs, his plan to return to honest work, his recognition of his mistakes. He said exactly what was expected, no more and no less. On December 13th, 1924, Thomas Lucchese walked out of Sing Sing, the iron gates closing behind him with the same indifferent groan that had welcomed him. He wore a suit that had been sent ahead by his family, the fabric hanging somewhat loose on his prison-thinned frame. The winter air felt different on this side of the walls, sharper but somehow fresher, carrying the sense of freedom. A black Ford was waiting at a careful distance from the prison entrance, engine running, exhaust forming clouds in the cold air. As Tommy came near, the driver's window rolled down to show a familiar face, Carlo, one of the younger members of the Reina crew. "Welcome back, Tommy," Carlo said, his smile real but held back. "Thought you might need a ride to the city." Tommy slid into the passenger seat, feeling the warmth of the car's inside surround him. "Appreciate it," he said simply, as they pulled away. Carlo filled the silence with careful conversation. "Your family's excited to see you. We've been checking in on them, making sure they had what they needed." Tommy nodded. "I'm grateful. Mr. Reina sends his regards," Carlo continued, his tone more measured now. "Says to take your time settling in, but he'd like to see you when you're ready." The message was clear. Tommy's position waited for him, but there would be proper steps to follow. The time inside had not made his standing less. If anything, it had made it more. He had faced results without giving in, had kept silence under pressure. In their world, such loyalty was the foundation of trust. The city appeared on the horizon, its shape growing as they drove south along the Hudson. New York had changed subtly during Tommy's absence. Prohibition had changed the rhythms of the streets, creating new patterns of business and conflict. Speakeasies worked behind unmarked doors, supplied by trucks that crossed the Harlem River in increasingly bold groups. Carlo drove through traffic with the confidence of a man who knew which corners to avoid, which patrolman might look too closely at a car like theirs. "Things are good," he said as they crossed into Manhattan. "Business is steady. The ice deliveries are running smooth. Some new opportunities coming up that M.R. Raina is looking into." Tommy took in the information without comment. He would learn the details in time, would reorient himself to the organization's current operations. For now, it was enough to be returning to known streets. When they reached East Harlem, the neighborhood welcomed Tommy with its familiar noise sellers calling out their goods. Children playing in the street despite the winter chill. The blend of Italian dialects that formed the soundtrack of his youth. Carlo pulled up near the apartment building on 2nd Avenue. "Your mother's expecting you," he said. "I'll let Mr. Raina know you're home safe." Tommy stepped out of the car, taking a moment to look up at the building where his family had kept their life during his absence. The climb to their apartment felt both strange and familiar, each step bringing him closer to a version of normal life he had been denied. His mother opened the door before he could knock, as if she had been waiting by the window, watching for his arrival. Her eyes were bright with unshed tears as she pulled him into a hug that spoke of all the worry she had carried. "Gaetano," she whispered, using his birth name as she always did in moments of emotion. "My boy is home." The apartment was warm and filled with the cooking smells that had filled his dreams at Sing Sing. His father rose slowly from his chair, his movements stiff with age and sickness, but his handshake firm as he welcomed his son. Antonino and Giuseppe greeted him with the rough affection of brothers, while Rose hung back a little, smiling through tears. "You look thin," his mother fussed, already moving toward the kitchen. "Sit, sit. I've made your favorites." That evening, surrounded by family, Tommy let himself simply be there. Tomorrow would bring meetings and reckonings. The careful reestablishment of his position within the Raina organization. But tonight was for reconnecting, for remembering what he had been protecting all along. Later, after the others had gone to bed, Tommy sat with his father in the quiet living room, sharing a glass of homemade wine that had somehow avoided the prohibition agents. "The parole board," his father said quietly. "They think you're changed?" Tommy nodded slightly. "They seem confident I'm keeping to the straight and narrow." His father's weathered face creased in a small smile. "Good, let them think so." He raised his glass slightly. "To appearances." Tommy raised his own glass in acknowledgement. Appearances were indeed everything. The board would keep their official opinion while he went back to his actual path. It was the same two-sided life he had moved through before prison. Only now he understood what was at stake more personally. In the days that followed, Tommy reestablished his presence in East Harlem with careful purpose. He visited old friends, talked with store owners who had known him since childhood, showed himself as a man who had paid his debt and returned to community life. Between these public appearances, he held quieter meetings, getting updates on the organization's current operations and the changing friendships among the city's criminal groups. When he finally met with Gaetano Raina, it was in the back room of a social club that served as one of their informal headquarters. Raina greeted him with the reserved warmth of a leader, welcoming back a valued lieutenant. "Tommy," he said, pointing to a chair opposite his own, "you look well. I'm glad to be back." "Mr. Raina, Tommy replied, taking the offered seat. Raina studied him for a moment. Prison changes men. Some it breaks. Others it teaches. He poured 2 small glasses of anisette from a bottle on the table between them. What did Sing Sing teach you, Tommy? Tommy thought about his answer carefully. It taught me that systems have weaknesses, even when they look strong. That patience shows opportunities. That loyalty is recognized and rewarded. He paused. And that mistakes in territory can be costly. Raina nodded, satisfied with the answer. The auto business in Suffolk County, that was unfortunate. But you handled the consequence with dignity. No cooperation, no weakness. He raised his glass slightly. The organization remembers this. They talked business, then the current state of their operations. The challenges and opportunities presented by prohibition. The changing relationships with other criminal groups. Raina outlined his expectations for Tommy's role moving forward, making it clear that his prison term had not made his standing less, but had rather confirmed his reliability. As Tommy walked home that evening, he felt the neighborhood around him with new awareness. His imprisonment had sharpened his instincts, had taught him to see rankings and systems with greater clarity. East Harlem hummed with its usual activity storefronts, closing for the night, children being called home for dinner, young men gathering on corners to share cigarettes and stories. But now Tommy saw the underlying currents more sharply. He had returned not as the man who had left, but as something more refined, a blade made stronger by the fire of being locked up. The lessons of Sing Sing would serve him well in the years to come. The value of silence, the power of patience, the strength found in lasting through what others could not. The city roared around him, drunk on bootleg liquor and jazz-age excess. But Tommy Lucchese moved with quiet purpose through streets. It felt more than ever like his own. He had been tested and had come out intact. What lay ahead would need all he had learned about power, about loyalty, about the delicate balance between ambition and caution. But tonight, as he climbed the stairs to his family's apartment, he allowed himself the simple satisfaction of return. Tomorrow would bring its own challenges. Tonight he was simply a son coming home, carrying within him the seeds of all he would become. The pale autumn light spilled through the stained glass windows of Our Lady of Mount Carmel Church, making jeweled patterns across the warm stone floor. Tommy Lucchese stood at the altar, his 3-fingered left hand hidden in a clean white glove as he waited. The September air hung heavy with incense and whispered prayers, a holy quiet that seemed worlds away from the streets of Corona, Queens, where men talked in quiet tones about business best left unmentioned in houses of God. When Catherine Vassy appeared at the entrance, a sight in white lace with dark curls framing her face, Tommy felt something unfamiliar stir within him, a feeling both foreign and necessary. He had built his life around calculation, around knowing the exact amount of pressure to apply to any situation. But this was different. This was something a man couldn't control with carefully placed words or the silent threat of his reputation. "You look beautiful," he whispered when she reached him, her father, Fortunato, beaming proudly beside her. "And you look nervous, Tommy," she replied with a soft smile that reached her eyes. "I'd never seen you nervous before." The priest began the ceremony, his Latin words floating upward to the rafters, where angels carved in wood looked down upon the gathering of families. The Vassy and Badalamenti families filled several pews, their presence a statement of connection and alliance that Tommy understood went beyond just marriage. In their world, family was everything, both blood and the kind made through loyalty and shared interests. After the vows were exchanged and the rings blessed, they came out into the Queen's afternoon to a shower of rice and the cheers of well-wishers. Catherine's mother, Angela, dabbed at her eyes, while men Tommy knew from various corners of his life nodded respectfully, their congratulations carrying the weight of something more important than just good wishes for a happy marriage. The reception spilled from the hall onto the street as the evening went on, the music of violins and accordions filling the air. Men drank homemade wine that flowed despite Prohibition's limits, and women gossiped in tight circles, their voices rising and falling like the tide. To Tommy and Catherine, Joseph Joe Palisades Rosado, Catherine's brother-in-law, raised his glass in a toast. "May your home be blessed with children and good fortune," Tommy nodded. Clinking his glass against Joe's, the two men had known each other for years, their relationship made stronger by family ties and shared business interests that existed in the gray spaces between real business and something else entirely. "Family changes everything," Joe said quietly when the others had moved away. "Gives a man something to protect, something to build for." Tommy considered this, watching Catherine as she danced with her father. "I've always built," he replied, "but now there's purpose to it." In the months that followed, Tommy made a home with Catherine in a modest but well-furnished apartment. The neighbors saw a polite businessman who left early and returned at reasonable hours, who nodded politely in hallways and remembered children's names. They didn't see the meetings that happened in back rooms of restaurants, or the careful growing of relationships with those who controlled the flow of business. Through Italian Harlem, on summer evenings, Tommy would sit with Catherine on their small balcony, the radio playing softly in the background, while the sounds of the neighborhood rose up from below, children playing in twilight's last glow, mothers calling them home, the occasional car rumbling past. "You're thinking about something," Catherine said one such evening in the spring of 1928, her hand resting on the gentle swell of her abdomen, their first child growing within. "Just business," Tommy replied, his eyes following the path of a neighbor walking his dog. "The chicken markets in Harlem are complicated," Catherine nodded, knowing better than to press for details. She came from a family that understood the value of secrecy, of conversations that happened in corners, and decisions made with subtle nods rather than written contracts. "My father says you're respected," she said instead. "That people listen when you speak," Tommy smiled slightly. "I try not to speak unless I have something worth saying." The truth was more complicated. Under Gaetano Reyna's guidance, Tommy had changed from a street operator to something more sophisticated, a field captain who understood both the old ways of Sicilian honor and the new methods of organized business. The chicken markets in Italian Harlem represented more than just poultry. They were a system of control, a way to regulate business and take value at every step from supplier to slaughterhouse. Some called it extortion. Tommy preferred to think of it as taxation for services given protection, stability, the guarantee that agreements would be honored and arguments solved without unnecessary disruption. It was a business model he'd improved with his window washing operation. Years earlier, offer a service, show the results of refusal, keep order through strategic uses of pressure. July 1928 brought both joy and trouble. Catherine gave birth to a healthy son they named Baldassare, a screaming, red-faced miracle with perfect fingers and toes that Tommy counted twice when the nurse placed the child in his arms. "He has your eyes," Catherine whispered from the hospital bed, tired but glowing. "Let's hope that's all he gets from me," Tommy replied, though his chest swelled with a pride he'd never felt before. The child was barely 2 weeks old when the knock came. Tommy was at the kitchen table, a cup of coffee cooling before him as he read the morning paper. Catherine was in the bedroom feeding the baby. The knock was firm, authoritative, not the casual rap of a friend or family member. When he opened the door, two detectives stood in the hallway, their expressions telling him everything he needed to know before they spoke. "Thomas Lucchese?" the taller one asked, though it wasn't really a question. "Yes, we need you to come with us." "Questions about what happened to Louis Saracino?" Tommy nodded once, his face showing nothing. "Let me tell my wife." In the bedroom, Catherine looked up from the baby, immediately understanding from Tommy's expression. "How long?" she asked simply. "I don't know. Call your father. Then call Rosado's wife. Tell her the same thing is happening to him." Catherine nodded, adjusting the blanket around their son. "They have nothing," she said with quiet certainty. "They have a grieving widow and daughter who think they saw something." Tommy corrected her. "But you're right. They have nothing that will last." The questioning room at the police station was made to be uncomfortable. Hard chairs, harsh lighting, the lasting smell of cigarettes and sweat. Tommy sat with perfect stillness, his hurt left hand resting casually in his lap as the detective circled around the subject of Louis Saracino, the 24-year-old shot dead on the corner of First Avenue and 118th Street. "His wife says she saw you there," Detective Sullivan said, tapping a manila folder. "Says you and Rosado are arguing with him about protection money for his chicken store." "I've never met the man," Tommy replied evenly. "I sell window washing services to businesses. I'm not involved in the chicken trade." The detective snorted. "Window washing? That's a new one. It's a real business. I have customers who will say it's true." "I'm sure you do," Sullivan said, lighting a cigarette and blowing smoke across the table. "Just like I'm sure the Saracino women suddenly won't remember what they saw when this goes to court." Tommy said nothing, his dark eyes giving away nothing. "You know what I think, Lucchese? I think you're moving up, getting your hands cleaner while others do the dirty work. But Saracino, that was personal, wasn't it? Had to make an example." "I was home with my wife that evening," Tommy replied. "She just had our son." The dance continued for hours. Questions repeated from different angles, suggestions dangled like bait, moments of silence designed to bring out nervous confessions. Tommy stayed composed throughout, answering directly when he could, staying silent when he couldn't, never rising to provocations or showing frustration. When they finally brought him before the judge for arraignment, Tommy was unsurprised to see Joseph Rosado already there, looking tired but unbroken. The two men exchanged a brief glance as the charges were read. Murder in connection with an extortion scheme involving the kosher chicken markets in Italian Harlem. Bail was set surprisingly low, a fact that raised eyebrows among the courthouse regulars, but made perfect sense to those who understood how certain wheels turned in the city's justice system. By that evening, Tommy was home, sitting in a darkened nursery, watching his son sleep. Catherine appeared in the doorway, her shape framed by the hall light. "Your lawyer called. He says they're having trouble with the witnesses." Tommy nodded slightly. People remember things differently sometimes, especially after they've had time to think. "Is that what happened?" Catherine asked, her voice neutral. Tommy rose from his chair, gently touching his son's cheek before turning to his wife. "What happened is that I wasn't there, but people like to believe they saw things, especially when they're grieving and angry." Catherine studied his face in the dim light. "The papers will talk. They'll say things about you." "Papers always talk," Tommy replied. "People who matter know the truth." Over the following weeks, the case began to fall apart. Mrs. Saracino, who had first named Tommy and Joe Rosado as the men arguing with her husband before the shooting, suddenly became less sure. By the time the preliminary hearing came, she couldn't positively identify either man in the courtroom. Her daughter's statement similarly changed from certainty to doubt. The district attorney fought to keep the case alive, suggesting witness threatening, but without supporting evidence or consistent statements. The judge had little choice. The charges were dropped, the case never reaching a grand jury. Autumn 1928 found Tommy sitting in a small office above a real import business on Mulberry Street, reviewing ledgers that detailed the flow of goods and payments through various businesses. His window washing business had grown into a dozen other services: delivery, cleaning, security, all real on paper while serving as perfect vehicles for more profitable activities. The chicken market stabilized, reported a young associate named Vincent, carefully placing an envelope on the desk. The new arrangement is working better. Everyone understands their percentage. Tommy nodded, not touching the envelope. And the Saracino situation? Forgotten, Vincent assured him. The widow took the money for her children's school. She's moving to her sister's place in Brooklyn. Make sure she has what she needs, Tommy said after a moment's thought. Children shouldn't suffer for their father's mistakes. The young man nodded, understanding that this was both mercy and message. The organization could be brutal when crossed, but honorable in its way. After Vincent left, Tommy sat alone, considering the careful balance he'd made. Under Reina's leadership, he'd helped change street-level extortion into something more sophisticated. A system of controls and rewards that regulated business while reducing violence. Violence was inefficient, drawing attention and disrupting business. Better to create structures where everyone profited properly, where respect and fear kept order without the need for constant enforcement. The telephone on his desk rang, interrupting his thoughts. Yes? Tommy, it's Joe. Catherine's looking for you. Says the baby has a fever. Tommy checked his watch. Tell her I'll be home in 20 minutes. He gathered his papers methodically, locking them in a drawer before putting on his hat and coat. As he stepped outside, the crisp November air carried the smell of roasting chestnuts from a cellar on the corner. Tommy paused to buy a small paper bag of them, remembering how Catherine enjoyed their warmth on cold evenings. The city was changing around him. Neon signs glowed on storefronts. Radios played the latest jazz from open windows. Women in shorter dresses and bobbed hair hurried past. It was a modern world coming from the shadows of the past, offering new opportunities for those who could adapt. Tommy Lucchese intended to adapt, with a wife, a son, and the respect of men like Gaetano Lucchese. He had built something worth protecting. The old ways of street gangs and crude threatening were giving way to something more refined: organization, structure, business sense, applied to businesses that existed outside the law but followed their own strict code. As his car pulled away from the curb, Tommy looked out at the city streets where he'd risen from immigrant unknown to become a man of quiet importance. The game was changing, becoming more complicated, more mixed with real business and politics. Those who couldn't change would be left behind or destroyed. Tommy had no intention of being either, as the final months of the decade came near, bringing rumors of economic trouble and market instability. He stayed focused on building his position within Reina's organization, securing his family's future, and improving the business methods that had already proved so successful. The warm chestnuts in his pocket gave off heat against his hip, a small comfort against the gathering chill of evening. By the time he reached home, they would still be warm enough to share with Catherine while they cared for their son. A simple home pleasure in a life increasingly defined by the careful management of more complicated concerns. The winter of 1930 arrived in East Harlem with a particular chill, one that seemed to seep through the brick and mortar of the apartment buildings where Tommy Lucchese had built his reputation. Outside, red lines stretched around cornersmen, with hollow cheeks and empty pockets, waiting for a bowl of soup that would barely warm their insides. The Depression had tightened its grip on the city, but Tommy understood that economic collapse created different kinds of opportunity. He stood by the window of his office, 3 fingers of his left hand tapping against the glass. The February sky hung low and gray, pressing down on the neighborhood like a heavy blanket. Tommy's breath fogged the window as he watched people hurry past. Collars turned up against the wind. "You hear about Raina?" asked Tommy Gagliano, seated in a leather chair behind him. Tommy Lucchese turned, his face composed into that familiar mask of calm thought. "I heard." The news had traveled through the neighborhood like electricity. Gaetano Raina, their boss and protector, gunned down on Valentine Avenue after visiting his mistress on February 26th, 1930, a date that would mark the beginning of something larger than either of them fully understood yet. "Maseria's play," Gagliano said, not a question. "Joe the boss thinks he's making a chess move," Lucchese replied. "He's actually lighting a match near gasoline." The room fell silent as both men thought about what Raina's murder meant. For years, Raina had sheltered them, given their ambition, structure, and protection. His ice distribution business had given both cover and profits. More importantly, he'd recognized something in Tommy Lucchese, methodical mind that preferred the quiet use of pressure to the thunder of gunshots. "Masseria will try to install his own man," Gagliano said finally. "He already has someone in mind." Lucchese confirmed. "Joseph Pinzolo." Gagliano's expression darkened. "Fat Joe, an outsider. Masseria believes we'll accept this arrangement," Lucchese said, his voice even. "He believes we're open to his control." The older man leaned forward. "And what do you believe, Tommy?" Tommy Lucchese's eyes, always calculating, met Gagliano's. "I believe we wait, we watch. We learn the shape of things before we act." Spring came to New York City, but brought little warmth to the meetings of what had been Raina's family. In a back room of a restaurant on 106th Street, Pinzolo held court, his substantial frame filling an ornate chair that might have been borrowed from a theater set. Around him, men who had loyally served under Raina sat in uncomfortable silence as Pinzolo outlined Masseria's expectations. Tommy Lucchese watched from the corner, his face a study in attentiveness. Beside him, Gagliano kept a similar posture of respectful attention. Neither man's expression showed the conversations they'd been having in private. "The tribute will increase by 15%. Pinzolo was saying, a thin cigar balanced between his fingers. "Joe the boss feels this is reasonable given the protection he extends to our operations." A murmur moved through the room, quickly stopped when Pinzolo's gaze swept across the gathered men. Outside, a police siren wailed in the distance, then faded. Later, walking along Park Avenue, Tommy Gagliano and Tommy Lucchese talked in voices barely above whispers. 15% is just the beginning, Gagliano said. "Masseria will bleed us dry." "Then take whatever's left," Lucchese nodded. "Pinzolo isn't respected. The men look to you, Tommy, and to you," Gagliano added. "They see how Raina valued your advice." They passed a group of men standing beside an empty storefront, a hand-painted "For Sale" sign hanging crookedly in the window. More results of the economic collapse. Tommy Lucchese saw them with a sideways glance. Once proud men with nothing to do but stand on corners. "We need to consider our position carefully," Lucchese said after they had walked another block. "There's Masseria on one side, Maranzano gathering strength on the other. This war between them will reshape everything." "And where do we stand in this reshaping?" Gagliano asked. Lucchese stopped walking. "We stand where we can survive. For now we appear to accept Pinzolo. We attend meetings, we pay tribute, and we watch for our moment." The summer heat had turned the city into a pressure cooker by September. In Tommy Lucchese's office, the electric fan stirred the humid air without providing much relief. The calendar on the wall read September 5th, 1930, a date Tommy had circled mentally weeks earlier. Joseph Pinzullo arrived at 3 in the afternoon for what he believed was a routine business discussion. He wore a seersucker suit that strained against his considerable bulk, sweat beading on his forehead as he lowered himself into the chair across from Lucchese's desk. "You said you had some numbers to review," Pinzullo said, loosening his tie. "Just waiting on Tommy Gagliano," Lucchese replied smoothly. "He has the ledgers. Can I offer you something to drink while we wait?" Pinzullo nodded. Something cold. This heat is murder. The choice of words hung in the air as Tommy crossed to a small cabinet where he kept bottles for visitors. Outside on the street, children played in the spray of an open fire hydrant, their shouts floating up through the partially open window. When the door opened behind Pinzullo, it wasn't just Tommy Gagliano who entered. 2 other men slipped in as well, their movements fluid and purposeful. Pinzullo never had time to fully turn in his chair. Later, when the room had been cleaned and all evidence removed, Tommy Lucchese stood by the window again, watching evening shadows lengthen across the street below. His left hand, with its distinctive missing fingers, rested against the windowsill. "It's done," Gagliano said quietly from behind him. "The message will reach Mafia by morning." "And what message is that?" Tommy asked, not turning around. "That the Reina family chooses its own path." Lucchese nodded slowly. "Maranzano will see this as our declaration of loyalty. For now, that serves our purpose," Gagliano acknowledged. "Mafia's power is waning. The old ways are ending. Tommy, can you feel it?" Tommy Lucchese finally turned from the window. "I feel that we're entering dangerous waters, and we need to navigate carefully. Maranzano has ambitions that may prove just as problematic as Mafia's demands." "One challenge at a time," Gagliano said with a thin smile. The following winter brought news of more deaths as the Castellammarese war grew stronger. Tommy Lucchese found himself moving carefully through a view changed by changing friendships and sudden violence. His arrest in September 1930 on murder charges, later dropped in February, had only reinforced his preference for working through go-betweens, for keeping his own hands clean whenever possible. In a small cafe in Little Italy, Lucchese met with Lucky Luciano over cups of espresso. Around them, customers spoke in quiet tones. Newspapers spread before them with headlines about the deepening depression and President Hoover's failing policies. "Mafia doesn't see what's coming," Luciano said quietly. "He still thinks this is about Sicilian versus Castellammarese, territory against territory." "And you see something different," Tommy observed. Luciano leaned forward. "I see the future, Tommy. Not families divided by which village their grandparents came from, but businesses united by profit. Not old men dictating terms based on traditions from the old country, but new arrangements that make sense for America." Tommy drank his coffee, considering Luciano's words. "Mafia wouldn't understand that vision. Neither would Maranzano," Luciano replied. "They're both too rooted in the past, but there are others who see what I see. Costello, Adonis, Lansky. And you, Tommy, you understand?" Lucchese set down his cup carefully. "I understand that change is inevitable, but change has its own dangers. The greater danger is in standing still while the world transforms around you," Luciano countered. "Mafia's days are numbered. When the time comes, I'll need to know where you stand." Tommy Lucchese's face remained impassive, showing nothing of his thoughts. "When the time comes, you'll find me where I've always been, on the side of order over chaos, reason over blind loyalty." On April 15th, 1931, came with pale sunshine that did little to warm the streets. In a quiet corner of a restaurant in Coney Island, the Nuova Villa Tamaro, Giuseppe Joe the boss, Messiria ate his last meal. The details would later become part of the whispered mythology of the underworld. How Lucky Luciano excused himself to the restroom. How 4 men entered and left Messiria sprawled across the checkered tablecloth. Cards still clutched in his hand, Tommy Lucchese got the news with outward calm that hid inner satisfaction. He had not been present at the restaurant. Such direct involvement wasn't his style, but he had been part of the careful arrangements that led to that moment. That evening, he met with Tommy Gagliano in a small apartment above a bakery on 116th Street. The smell of fresh bread came up through the floorboards as they discussed what Messeria's death meant. Maranzano will declare himself victorious, Gagliano said. He's already using the title Capo di Tutti Capi, boss of all bosses. Lucchese translated unnecessarily. An ambitious claim. He's restructuring everything. 5 families with strict territorial boundaries. We'll be one of them under his final authority. Tommy Lucchese moved to the window, parting the curtain slightly to look down at the street below, where evening shoppers were making their final purchases before the stores closed. And what position does he see for us in this new structure? You've earned his respect, Tommy. He sees you as reliable, disciplined, not flashy like some of the younger men. Lucchese let the curtain fall back into place. And what do you see? Gagliano's eyes, wise from decades in the life, studied his younger partner. I see a man who understands that true power rarely announces itself. I see the future of our family. The summer months brought uneasy peace as Salvatore Maranzano made solid his position as the supreme authority in the American Mafia. He called meetings where he outlined territories, settled old arguments, and emphasized traditional values: respect, honor, silence. But beneath this appearance of order, new tension simmered. In late August, Tommy Lucchese was called to a private meeting with Maranzano at his Manhattan office. The building at 230 Park Avenue showed respectability with its marble lobby and uniformed elevator operators. Maranzano had always grown the image of a businessman, surrounding himself with the signs of real success. In his office, Maranzano received Tommy with formal politeness, offering him a seat in a leather chair that faced the impressive desk. "Tommy," Maranzano began, "I've always valued your secrecy and your intelligence. You understand the importance of structure, of ranking. Structure provides stability," Lucchese replied carefully. "And stability allows for prosperity," Maranzano nodded, pleased with this answer. "Exactly so, which is why certain elements concern me. Certain individuals who are annoyed by necessary authority." He paused. Lucky Luciano, for instance, and those close to him. Tommy kept his neutral expression, though inside he was suddenly alert. "Luciano has been a valuable friend in establishing the new peace. Perhaps," Maranzano conceded, "but his vision doesn't align with tradition. He and his Jewish friends Lansky, Siegel, they represent a departure from our ways." The conversation continued for another 20 minutes. Circling around the same theme, Maranzano never directly asked for Tommy's help in moving against Luciano, but the suggestion hung in the air like cigar smoke. As Lucchese left the building, stepping into the humid August afternoon, his mind was already working through what this meant. Maranzano was planning something against Luciano, and likely others as well. That same evening, in a different part of the city, Tommy Lucchese met with Lucky Luciano. The meeting was brief, the message delivered without decoration. "Maranzano is making a list," Tommy said simply. "Your name is on it, mine too." "Most likely," Luciano's expression hardened. "How sure are you?" "Sure enough to be sitting here telling you." A moment of silence passed between them, understanding becoming clear in the unspoken exchange. It would need to happen soon, Luciano said finally. Lucchese nodded. And it would need to appear to come from outside. Not from us. I know people, Luciano replied. Professional men with no connection to our world. They could pass as federal agents. When the time comes, Tommy said quietly, I could be present to identify him. Luciano studied him for a moment. You understand there's no going back from this. We're not just removing another boss. We're changing everything. Tommy Lucchese's gaze was steady. Sometimes true loyalty means recognizing when the old ways have become a danger to everyone. September 10th, 1931, was a day that would reshape the underworld. Though few outside it would immediately recognize its importance. At Maranzano's office in the prestigious Park Avenue building, Tommy Lucchese arrived shortly before a group of men who presented themselves as federal agents. His role was simple but essential to identify Maranzano for these agents, who were in fact professional killers arranged by Luciano. The operation proceeded with cold efficiency. When it was over, Tommy left quietly, leaving no evidence of his involvement. By nightfall, the news had spread through the underworld's invisible telegraph. Salvatore Maranzano, the self-named boss of all bosses, was dead that same night in various cities. Other murders got rid of remaining loyalists to the old system, what would later be dramatized as the Night of the Sicilian Vespers. Though the reality was less coordinated than legend would suggest, in a quiet restaurant far from the scene, Tommy Lucchese sat across from Tommy Gagliano, both men picking at plates of food neither had much appetite for. It's done, Lucchese said softly. Gagliano nodded. And now we enter a new world. Luciano's commission, Tommy explained. No boss of all bosses. A board of directors instead, with representatives from each family making decisions together. And our family? Tommy Lucchese's eyes met Gagliano's. The Reina family becomes the Gagliano family. You as boss. A faint smile crossed Gagliano's features. And you as my underboss. My right hand. The arrangement makes sense, Lucchese affirmed. You have the respect of the old-timers, the connection to tradition. I can work with Luciano's people. With the commission, outside the restaurant, rain began to fall, droplets sliding down the windows and blurring the street lights beyond. In the muted atmosphere, the two men continued their conversation, mapping out a future that would carry them through the coming decades. By 1934, the structure that had come from the turmoil of the Castellamarese War had become solid. The 5 families worked under the oversight of the Commission, with rules and territories established to prevent the kind of destructive conflicts that had marked the previous era. Tommy Lucchese had settled into his role as underboss to Gagliano, though in many ways he worked as the public face of the family. Gagliano preferred to remain in the background, a shadow presence whose authority was unquestioned, but whose profile remained deliberately low. On a crisp autumn evening, Tommy Lucchese sat in a booth at an Italian restaurant in the Bronx. Waiting for lucky Luciano to arrive, the restaurant was nearly empty. A strategic choice for their meeting. A waiter appeared with a bottle of wine, pouring 2 glasses before discreetly leaving. When Luciano slid into the seat across from him, Tommy noted the subtle changes in the man who had planned the transition to the new order. Success had brought a certain confidence to his bearing, but also new pressures. Tommy, Luciano greeted him. You're looking well. As are you, Charlie, Lucchese replied, using Luciano's preferred Americanized name. Though perhaps a little tired around the eyes, Luciano smiled thinly. Governing is always more complicated than revolution. Everyone united to remove the old kings. Now they all want their own kingdoms. The commission helps with that, Tommy observed. When everyone respects its authority, Luciano agreed. Gagliano sends you to most meetings now, doesn't he? Tommy nodded. He values his privacy, prefers to work through trusted go-betweens. A wise approach, Luciano said, raising his wine glass in a small salute. The less visible the hand, the more effective its work. They talked for over an hour, discussing business matters, possible conflicts, political developments. Fiorello La Guardia had been elected mayor the previous year on an anti-corruption platform that directly threatened many of their operations. Federal agencies were becoming more coordinated in their efforts. Times are changing, Luciano said as they prepared to leave. Prohibition is over. We need to diversify. Adapt. Tommy Lucchese stood, straightening his perfectly tailored suit. That's always been the key, hasn't it? Recognizing when to hold firm and when to change. Outside, the city stretched around them, a view of possibility and danger. The Depression still gripped much of America, but in the shadows between bread lines and bank failures, a new order had established itself, one that Tommy Lucchese had helped to create, and one in which he would continue to do well with characteristic quiet efficiency. As they parted ways, Tommy felt a sense of completion. The chaotic years of succession and war had given way to structure. The Gagliano family, his family, had come out stronger, more mixed into the new commission system. And he, Tommy Three-Finger Brown Lucchese, had made solid his position as the diplomatic bridge between old ways and new, a role perfectly suited to a man who had always understood that true power lived not in making noise, but in knowing exactly when and where to apply silent pressure. The late autumn sun slid down behind the Manhattan skyline, making long shadows across the crowded streets of East Harlem. Tommy Lucchese sat in the back booth of a small Italian cafe on 107th Street, the smell of espresso and fresh-baked bread hanging in the air around him. Outside, newsboys called the latest headlines about President Roosevelt's social programs. But inside business was being done in quiet tones. Tommy ran his hurt hand across the polished wood table, 3 fingers moving in a deliberate pattern. At 41, he carried himself with quiet authority. His suits were perfectly tailored, his manner reserved yet commanding. The cafe owner nodded respectfully as he passed, knowing better than to interrupt. Dominic the Gap. Petrelli slid into the booth across from him, his broad shoulders blocking the view from the front window. The Gap had earned his nickname from his front teeth, but there was nothing funny about his presence. He was muscle when muscle was needed, and Tommy valued his reliability. The situation at Horowitz's shop is resolved, Petrelli said, keeping his voice low. They understand the arrangement now. Tommy nodded once, taking a measured sip of his espresso. No trouble? Just a conversation. Mike was there to make sure it went smooth. Mike Coppola, Trigger Mike, was the other half of Tommy's enforcement team. A man whose nickname spoke for itself, though Tommy preferred when that particular talent remained theoretical rather than shown. Good. And the local new charter? Came through yesterday. We've got the paperwork all filed. 300 members on the books. Tommy allowed himself the faintest smile. The paper local, a union local with officers, but almost no actual members, was the foundation of their expanding labor operations in the garment district. The real members would never see a meeting hall or vote on a contract. They existed on paper only, giving Tommy's organization the authority to negotiate with manufacturers, call strikes, and collect dues. Joseph handling the floor management? Yeah, Gagliano's keeping the shop stewards in line. Nobody steps out of place. Tommy's organization had changed far beyond the street gang it had once been. The 107th Street crew was now a sophisticated operation with specialties and rankings. Petrelli and Coppola gave the threat a force. But it was men like Joseph Gagliano, Philip Lombardi, and John "Johnny Bath Beach" Otto who managed the day-to-day business of taking profit from real industries. As the evening got darker, Tommy made his way to a plain building several blocks away. The front bore the simple sign of a social club, but the back room held a different operation entirely. Here, Frank "Cheech" Livorsi ran one of Tommy's most profitable businesses, bookmaking operation that handled thousands of dollars in sports bets daily. The wire service is working smooth now, Livorsi reported as Tommy settled into a chair at the back of the room. Getting the odds faster than Marino's crew across town. Tommy nodded, watching as two men counted betting slips and organized cash into neat piles. The gambling operations gave steady, reliable income, the foundation that allowed them to expand into other, more complicated ventures. And Joe Strazza's numbers? Tommy asked, talking about Joseph Strazza, who managed their numbers racket in a mostly Italian section of Harlem. Steady, even with the economy like it is, people find money to play the numbers. Hope don't cost much. Tommy understood this well. In these fading years of the Depression, gambling offered people a chance, however small, at a better life. It was a tax on dreams collected daily in nickels and dimes that added up to large sums. A young man came near hesitantly, waiting for Tommy's acknowledgement before speaking. "Mr. Lucchese Santo sent me. There's a matter at the docks he thinks you should know about." Tommy rose without hurry. Salvatore Toddo Marino was one of his trusted lieutenants who managed certain import operations. If he was sending word, it needed attention. The drive to the waterfront was quiet, city streets giving way to the industrial view of piers and warehouses. Tommy's driver, a quiet man who had been with him for years, knew better than to make conversation. When they arrived, Marino was waiting in the shadow of a cargo crane, his breath visible in the cold night air. "Sorry to trouble you, Tommy," Marino said, falling into step beside him as they walked between stacked shipping containers. "But there's a shipment coming in from Marseille that needs special handling." Tommy understood the hidden meaning immediately. Marseille had become an important transit point for narcotics entering the United States. While he kept careful distance from direct involvement in the drug trade, he recognized its profit potential. His role was to give protection and organization, with the actual handling left to specialists like John Omerta and others in his crew. "Who's involved?" Tommy asked. "Omerta's handling the pickup. The Felici brothers are giving the warehouse space in Brooklyn. We've got our customs man in place. But there's a new federal agent sniffing around." Tommy considered this carefully. The Federal Bureau of Narcotics had become increasingly aggressive under Harry Anslinger's leadership. Unlike local police, who could often be managed through relationships and payments, federal agents presented a more complicated problem. Make sure Johnny keeps everything clean. 3 layers of separation between the product and anyone connected to us, and double the payment to the customs man. He needs extra motivation to stay loyal. This was Tommy's approach to the narcotics business. Strategic oversight without fingerprints, the profits flowed up, but the risk stayed with the operators. If arrest came, those handling the drugs would face charges, while Tommy remained protected by multiple layers of subordinates and cutouts. "And make sure the shipment moves quickly," Tommy added. "Nothing sits in one place for more than a day." Back in Manhattan, Tommy attended to the heart of his organization's power, the garment district. Here, amid the crowded lofts and factories of 7th Avenue, his influence was most pronounced and profitable. The next morning found him in the back office of a real dress manufacturer. listening as Philip Lombardi explained their latest problem. "Rosen's shop is refusing to use our trucks for delivery," Lombardi said, his wiry frame tense with frustration. "Says he's found a cheaper carrier from Jersey." Tommy considered this challenge to their authority with characteristic calm. The trucking of finished garments was a key control point in their garment district operations. Manufacturers who didn't use Tommy's approved trucking companies found their deliveries delayed, their goods damaged, or their access to loading docks mysteriously restricted. "Have Joseph E. pay him a visit," Tommy replied. "Explain the benefits of our transportation services, the reliability." He paused. "The safety," Lombardi nodded, understanding perfectly. There would be no crude threats, no dramatic confrontation, just a businesslike explanation of reality. Rosen would either accept the arrangement or find himself unable to deliver his dresses to retailers. Watching his business wither as orders dried up, this was labor racketeering at its most sophisticated. Tommy's organization didn't merely extort. They controlled the mechanisms of business itself through their network of union officials, truck drivers, and loading dock workers. They could choke a non-compliant business without ever resorting to clear violence. The garment industry's structure made it particularly open to attack. Small manufacturers competed fiercely for contracts from department stores and retail chains. Any disruption in production or delivery could be deadly to these businesses. Tommy's organization sold protection against exactly the problems they could create. By mid-afternoon, Tommy was attending to another aspect of their labor control, meeting with the leaders of two competing locals that both claimed to represent cutting room workers in the dress trade. "Gentlemen," Tommy began, his voice soft but commanding, "this territorial argument isn't productive for anyone." The two union officials, both on Tommy's payroll, understood that this wasn't a negotiation but a direction. Tommy outlined how they would divide the shops between them, which manufacturers would sign with which local, and how the resulting dues and payments would flow. "The important thing," he concluded, "is that we keep stability. Wildcat strikes hurt everyone's interests." This was the refined face of labor racketeering in the late 1930s. Tommy's organization didn't merely threaten shop floors. They arranged entire systems of labor relations. Their paper locals could call strikes against non-compliant manufacturers while ensuring labor peace for those who paid. Shop stewards installed by Tommy's organization could slow production with endless complaints or ensure smooth operations depending on the manufacturer's relationship with Tommy. As evening came, Tommy returned to a small restaurant near his home base. Here, in a private dining room, several key members of his organization gathered for their weekly meeting. Michael Coppola, Dominic Petrelli, Joseph Gagliano, Salvatore Marino, and a few others took their seats around the table as plates of food arrived. The Bronx situation. Tommy began without introduction once the door was closed. Pasquale, Patsy Era, who managed their interests in that borough, cleared his throat. La Guardia's new commissioner is making things difficult. 3 of our book operations got raided last week. Tommy listened as each man reported on their areas of responsibility. The conversation moved smoothly between real union matters, gambling operations, and the careful dance of managing relationships with other crime families. He spoke little, but when he did, the others fell silent. "We're expanding too quickly in some areas," he cautioned. "Drawing attention we don't need. Scale back the sports book in Harlem for a few months. Let things cool down." After the meeting, Tommy remained alone with Petrelli and Coppola, his closest lieutenants. "There's something else," Coppola said once they were alone. "I heard Dewey's office is building a case against Charlie." Tommy frowned slightly. "Thomas Dewey?" The crusading prosecutor, who had been appointed special prosecutor to fight organized crime, had set his sights on Charlie Luciano. While Luciano worked in a different family, the possible ripple effects concerned Tommy. What kind of case? Prostitution. They've been picking up madams and girls all over town. Putting pressure on them to talk, Tommy took in this information quietly. He had always kept his own operations distant from prostitution, seeing it as both morally distasteful and legally dangerous. But Luciano's problems could affect the delicate balance. Among the crime families that had been established after the Castellamarese War, keep an ear to that situation, Tommy instructed. But we keep our distance, no connections, no conversations that can be repeated. Later that night, Tommy stood by the window of his modest home in East Harlem, looking out at the neighborhood where he had risen to power. His wife moved quietly in the background, knowing her husband's thoughtful moods. On the street below, people hurried home in the November chill, unaware of the complicated web of influence that Tommy had woven through their community and beyond. He thought about his father, Baldassare, who had passed away in May of the previous year. The old man had lived to see his son rise from immigrant poverty to considerable wealth and influence, though he had never fully understood the true nature of Tommy's business. The funeral at Calvary Cemetery had been dignified and well attended. Tommy made sure of that. Family mattered. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. His driver entered, speaking softly. "John Omerta is here to see you. Says it's important." Tommy nodded, moving to his small home office. Omerta was not scheduled to report until tomorrow, which meant something had changed. "The shipment's been delayed," Omerta said without greeting. "Customs in Marseille held the boat for inspection. Nothing found. But it puts us behind schedule." Tommy considered what this meant. Delayed shipments meant nervous couriers, extended exposure, and increased risk. When does it arrive now? 3 days Monday morning. Change the pickup crew. Anyone who knew the original schedule is off the job. Fresh faces only. Omerta nodded. Understanding the precaution in the narcotics trade, information was tightly controlled, separated. Anyone who became a risk was immediately removed from the equation. "And Johnny," Tommy added as Omerta turned to leave, "make sure everyone understands. Absolute secrecy, no flashy spending, no loose talk." This was a cardinal rule in Tommy's organization. Unlike some gangsters who showed off their wealth with expensive clothes, cars, and nightclub appearances, Tommy insisted on a low profile. His men were expected to live modestly, attract no attention, and keep the appearance of ordinary businessmen and workers. The following day brought Tommy back to the garment district, where a labor argument needed his personal attention. A manufacturer named Cohen had refused to recognize one of Tommy's paper locals, hiring workers not controlled by Tommy's organization. In a small coffee shop across from Cohen's factory, Tommy met with the man himself, a nervous, balding figure who repeatedly wiped his forehead with a handkerchief. "Mr. Cohen," Tommy began, his voice reasonable and calm, "I understand you've been having some production difficulties. Look, Mr. Lucchese, I run a clean shop, fair wages, decent conditions. I don't need union trouble." Tommy nodded sympathetically. "Nobody wants trouble. That's exactly my point. Your current workforce, they're unpredictable, not properly organized, without proper representation. Who knows what complaints might suddenly arise?" Cohen shifted uncomfortably. "The workers I have seemed satisfied. For now. Perhaps, but manufacturing is a competitive business. Deadlines matter. Imagine if your workers suddenly developed concerns about safety conditions. legitimate concerns that might require temporary work stoppages while being addressed. The threat was clear despite Tommy's reasonable tone. If Cohen didn't agree to recognize Tommy's union and hire workers approved by Tommy's organization, his production would be sabotaged from within. Our local simply ensures stability, Tommy continued. Predictable labor costs, no disruptions during critical production periods. He smiled slightly. Peace of mind. By the end of their conversation, Cohen had agreed to sign a contract with Tommy's paper local. His existing workers would be gradually replaced with individuals loyal to Tommy's organization. And Cohen would pay a regular consultation fee to ensure ongoing labor harmony. This was the heart of Tommy's power in the garment district, the ability to decide who worked, when they worked, and under what conditions. Manufacturers who cooperated got protection from wildcat strikes and delivery problems. Those who resisted found themselves unable to fill orders, their businesses slowly choked by invisible hands. Back at his 107th Street headquarters that evening, Tommy got disturbing news from one of his gambling operations. "They picked up Alfredo last night," reported Frank Livorsi. "Vagrancy charge." Tommy's expression didn't change, but he understood what this meant. Alfredo Felecchia's arrest on a vagrancy charge, similar to Tommy's own brief detention in 1935, was likely a fishing trip by police looking to question him about other matters. Who made the arrest? 6th Precinct, detective named Sullivan. Tommy nodded. "Have our lawyer down there first thing tomorrow. Standard procedure. Alfredo knows nothing, says nothing. We'll have him out by noon." The steady rhythm of Tommy's criminal business continued through the changing seasons. As 1938 arrived, his control of the garment district had grown significantly. Through a network of paper locals and strategic friendships with real union officials, Tommy's organization took a steady stream of income from manufacturers desperate for labor peace. The narcotics operation had also grown more sophisticated. Tommy kept his policy of personal distance while giving organizational structure and protection. John Omerta and several partners managed the actual distribution, carefully protected from Tommy by multiple layers of go-betweens. On a crisp March morning, Tommy sat in the back of a sedan as his driver moved through Manhattan traffic. They were headed to a meeting with representatives from another crime family, a delicate diplomatic mission to solve a territorial argument over bookmaking operations in the Bronx. "The key," Tommy explained to Joseph Strazza, who went with him, "is to present our position as reasonable but firm. We're not looking for confrontation, but we won't give up established territory." This was Tommy's approach to interfamily relations, practical, businesslike, and focused on stable arrangements that benefited all parties. Unlike some of his contemporaries, who relied on threatening and force, Tommy preferred negotiation and compromise, though always from a position of strength. The meeting happened in a private room above a restaurant in the neutral territory of Midtown. Tommy let Strazza lead the initial discussion, watching the reactions of their counterparts carefully. When he finally spoke, his words carried the weight of careful thought. "Gentlemen, I believe we can structure an arrangement that respects both organizations' interests. The numbers operation east of the Grand Concourse remains under our management, while your sports book can operate without interference west of Webster Avenue." The proposal was accepted with little discussion, a testament to Tommy's reputation for fair dealing in interfamily matters. As they left the meeting, Strazza expressed his admiration. "You made that look easy, Tommy." "It's never easy," Tommy replied, "but unnecessary conflict is bad for business. We all understand that." By late 1938, Tommy's organization had reached a new level of sophistication and profit. The garment district operations alone made large income through union dues, consultation fees, and control of trucking contracts. The gambling business's bookmaking, numbers, and card games gave steady cash flow that funded expansion into other areas. The narcotics operation, while carefully kept at arm's length, added significant profits. Tommy's role remained that of an executive, giving organizational structure, protection, and financial backing, while delegated specialists handled the operational details and exposure. A pattern appeared in Tommy's management style. He preferred steady, predictable income streams over spectacular but risky ventures. He valued lieutenants who could operate independently while remaining absolutely loyal. And above all, he kept a low public profile, avoiding the nightclubs, restaurants, and social events where other gangsters displayed their wealth and status. This disciplined approach extended to his personal life. Unlike some of his contemporaries, who collected mistresses and went to high-profile night spots, Tommy lived modestly with his family. His home was comfortable but not showy. His clothes well-made but not flashy. To neighbors and casual observers, he appeared to be nothing more than a successful businessman in the garment industry. As 1939 began, Tommy's position as head of the 107th Street Crew was secure and unquestioned. His inner circle Petrelli, Coppola, Gagliano, and others worked as an effective management team, each handling specific aspects of the organization's diverse operations. On a snowy February evening, Tommy called a meeting of his top lieutenants in the back room of a small restaurant. The news from Europe was troubling talk of war and instability, and Tommy wanted to place his organization to weather any economic changes that might result. If war comes, Tommy explained, everything changes. Government contracts, rationing, price controls, we need to be prepared. Over a dinner of pasta and wine, they discussed strategies for adapting their operations to a wartime economy. The garment industry would likely shift toward uniform production. Transportation controls might affect their trucking operations. Even gambling habits could change with wartime employment patterns. Opportunity comes with change, Tommy concluded. The key is to anticipate, not react. This forward-thinking approach marked Tommy's leadership. While some criminal organizations worked on immediate gain and short-term thinking, Tommy built lasting structures designed to last through changing circumstances. By the summer of 1939, Tommy's labor racketeering operations in the garment district had reached new levels of sophistication. His paper locals now controlled access to work in dozens of factories and shops. Manufacturers paid for labor peace through a variety of mechanisms over priced trucking contracts, consulting fees to Tommy's partners, and direct payments disguised as real business expenses. The beauty of the system lay in its subtlety. Unlike crude protection rackets that demanded cash for safety, Tommy's operation gave actual services labor stability, delivery reliability, access to materials during shortages. The extortion was wrapped in business transactions that appeared real on paper. One warm July evening, Tommy sat on the small balcony of his apartment, watching the neighborhood children play in the street below. His wife brought him a glass of iced tea, placing her hand briefly on his shoulder before returning inside. Tommy thought about the journey that had brought him to this position of power and influence. From immigrant beginnings to the leadership of a complicated criminal organization, he had risen through a combination of intelligence, discipline, and careful relationship building. The hurt hand that had once marked him as an object of pity had become a signature, a distinguishing feature that added to his mystery. As darkness fell over the city, Tommy could see the distant lights of Manhattan's skyline. Somewhere in that maze of streets and buildings, Thousands of people worked in industries he influenced, made bets with bookmakers he controlled, and bought products moved on trucks he regulated. His invisible hand shaped countless lives, most of them unaware of his existence. Tommy finished his tea and went inside, closing the door on the summer night. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new opportunities, and the steady work of keeping and expanding his carefully built empire. For now, the city continued its rhythmic pulse beneath the summer stars, and Tommy Lucchese respected, feared, and remarkably unknown prepared for whatever the future might hold. The last of the winter ice thawed from the sidewalks of East Harlem as Tommy Lucchese sat in his attorney's office on a mild February afternoon in 1941. Outside the window, the city moved with wartime purpose. Trucks loaded with goods bound for the Atlantic. Young men in fresh military uniforms saying goodbye to sweethearts. Newspaper headlines screaming of battles across the ocean. But inside the wood-paneled room, Tommy focused on a different kind of battle, one fought with paperwork rather than bullets. "The naturalization papers are ready for your signature, Mr. Lucchese," the attorney said, sliding the documents across the polished mahogany desk certificate of arrival and preliminary petition forms. "The process takes time, but with the right witnesses, your path to citizenship should be manageable." Tommy nodded, studying the papers with the same careful attention he gave to union charters and business contracts. His fingers, the remaining 3 on his left hand, moving with practiced precision, traced the edge of the document. Citizenship, the final piece in the complicated puzzle he'd been putting together for decades. "Who do you recommend as witnesses?" he asked quietly, his voice carrying the soft authority that had become his trademark. "Family members would be ideal people who can speak to your character. Your economic standing, Sam and Tom Valenti. Perhaps Tony Badalamenti. Men whose word carries weight." Tommy allowed himself the faintest smile. "I'll speak with them." Later that evening, as he drove his black Cadillac through the changing view of the city, Tommy considered what citizenship would mean. The change from alien to citizen wasn't merely symbolic, it was practical. Necessary for a man whose business interests increasingly straddled the line between shadow and reality. For a man born under a Sicilian sun who had risen through the ranks of a new world, this final legal recognition would complete a journey decades in the making. The Cadillac moved through the streets toward his Long Island home, away from the dense apartment buildings of 107th Street, where he had built his earliest power base. The suburbs represented another kind of move from the watchful eyes of precinct captains and beat cops to the respectable unknown of manicured lawns and garden parties. As he pulled into the driveway of his modest but well-furnished house, Tommy saw the curtained windows of neighboring homes, lights glowing warmly in the early evening. His wife greeted him at the door, the smell of a carefully prepared dinner coming from the kitchen. "How did it go with the attorney?" she asked, taking his hat and coat. "The paperwork is filed," Tommy replied. "Now we wait. Sam called while you were out. He said he'd be honored to stand as a witness." Tommy nodded, satisfied. Sam Valenti had been with him since the early days. A man who understood loyalty and secrecy. The kind of man you wanted speaking for your character when government officials came asking questions. A telephone rang as they were finishing dinner, its shrill bell cutting through the home calm. Tommy answered it himself, listening more than speaking. The caller was Johnny Dio, a rising force in the labor rackets whose aggressive intelligence had caught Tommy's attention years earlier. "The paper locals in Local 239 are secured," Johnny reported. "We've got representation rights for 3 new shops in the garment district. The manufacturers didn't even put up a fight." "Good," Tommy said simply. "What about the trucking situation?" Abe says the loading zones on 36th Street are ours now. Nothing moves without our say-so. After hanging up, Tommy stepped onto the back porch, lighting a cigarette and watching the smoke curl upward in the still night air. The paper locals had become an elegant solution to a complicated problem. Union charters representing workers who didn't exist, used strategically to control who worked, what they made, and how goods moved through the city. It wasn't just extortion, it was governance. A parallel system of authority that took profit from every stitch and seam in the garment district. In the morning, Tommy drove into Manhattan for a meeting with Abe Chait, the businessman whose real front made him invaluable in the trucking operations. They met at a small cafe near the garment district, the clatter of dishes and murmur of conversation giving cover for their discussion. "The OPA is watching everything," Chait explained, talking about the Office of Price Administration, the government agency controlling wartime prices and rationing. Every yard of fabric, every spool of thread, they're measuring production down to the inch. Tommy drank his coffee, patient and attentive, which means opportunity. Exactly, Chait nodded, lowering his voice. The manufacturers are desperate. With military contracts using most production and civilian goods rationed, anyone who can secure materials becomes king. "Tell me about wool," Tommy said, his eyes steady on Chait's face. "American woolens sitting on warehouses full. Government contracts, of course, but with the right connections." Chait let the sentence hang meaningfully. "We need a clean front," Tommy thought out loud. "A company that looks real on paper. I've been thinking about that. What about Brownell Limited? We could set it up with proper letterhead, business registration. Everything by the book." Tommy considered this, his mind calculating the complicated chain required connections inside American Woolen to divert the material, a real-appearing company to receive it, and then distribution to manufacturers at prices that would give good margins, while still making the manufacturers feel they were getting a bargain in a rationed economy. "Get it started," he instructed Chait, "but keep the circle tight. This kind of play attracts federal attention if it leaks." The wool play, as it came to be known, showed Tommy's approach to business seeing choke points in supply chains using wartime scarcity, and building systems that made profit while keeping distance between himself and the actual operations. It wasn't the crude racketeering of Prohibition days. It was sophisticated economic manipulation that needed business skill as much as street power. As spring turned to summer, Tommy's naturalization process continued its methodical progression. He met with Sam and Tom Valenti at his Long Island home to discuss their testimony. "They'll ask about my character," Tommy explained as they sat in his study, the windows open to catch the evening breeze. "My standing in the community, my means of support." Sam Valenti, a solid man with graying temples and calloused hands, nodded thoughtfully. "We'll speak of your import business, your investments in real estate, your support for the church and community organizations." "Nothing else," Tommy added softly. "Of course," Tom Valenti affirmed. "We understand what matters and what doesn't." The telephone interrupted their conversation, the operator asking permission to connect a long-distance call from New Jersey. Tommy accepted, and the line crackled with the voice of Willie Moretti, whose operations across the Hudson had been expanding in recent years. "Tommy, we need to talk about the situation in Hoboken." Moretti began without introduction. "The locals there are pushing back on the arrangement." "Not on the phone," Tommy replied calmly. "Come to the house tomorrow evening. We'll discuss it properly." After hanging up, Tommy noticed the Valentis exchanging glances. "Willie's a good earner," he explained, "but sometimes lacks patience. He's building something significant in New Jersey. Our interests are increasingly aligned. This connection with Moretti represented an important geographic expansion, bridging Tommy's New York operations with growing opportunities across the Hudson. The April 1943 call traced by government intelligence from Moretti's headquarters to Tommy's Long Island home would later be noted as evidence of their collaboration. But in the moment, it was simply business, the careful extension of influence through trusted relationships. As summer faded into autumn, the war effort grew stronger. New York harbors swelled with ships being loaded for the European theater, and factories hummed day and night producing materials for the front. For Tommy and his partners, the wartime economy created both challenges and opportunities. Government oversight meant more eyes watching supply chains, but scarcity created points of influence for those who could control access to materials. In October 1941, Tommy met with Johnny D.O. and Strawberry Joe Amoruso at a small restaurant in Queens to discuss the paper local operations. Johnny D.O., ambitious and sharp, had been systematizing the approach, creating a network of union charters that could be used strategically across industries. "We've got 12 paper locals now," Johnny reported, his voice low despite the private backroom, each one with officers, but no actual membership. When a manufacturer refuses to play ball, we use one of these locals, file for representation, and shut down production until they see reason. Amoruso, whose pleasant nickname hid his effectiveness as a collections operative, nodded in agreement. The beauty is it's all legal on paper. The National Labor Relations Board can't tell a paper local from a real one if the paperwork's in order. And the real unions? Tommy asked, always mindful of possible conflicts. The ILGW leadership knows better than to interfere, Johnny assured him. They get their dues from their shops. We get ours from our territory. Boundaries are respected. Tommy nodded, satisfied with the arrangement. The paper local system represented the perfect blend of real appearance and a legal profit. Union charters used as instruments of control rather than worker representation. Used with strategic exactness to establish monopolistic authority over labor relations in key areas. The naturalization process continued its bureaucratic progression through 1942 with additional paperwork, interviews, and character statements. Tommy approached each step with the same quiet diligence he brought to his business affairs, ensuring every detail was properly managed. On a cold January morning in 1943, Tommy dressed carefully in a tailored suit and overcoat for his final naturalization hearing. His wife straightened his tie before he left, her eyes showing both pride and concern. "Today you become an American," she said softly. "On paper," Tommy replied with the hint of a smile. "In all the ways that matter, I already am." The courthouse was crowded that day, many seeking the same legal recognition that Tommy pursued. He sat patiently through the proceedings, answering questions clearly but briefly when addressed by officials. Sam Valenti, Tom Valenti, and Tony Badalamenti spoke to his character and economic standing, their statements carefully practiced to emphasize only what mattered for the proceedings. On January 25, 1943, Thomas Lucchese raised his right hand, swore loyalty to the United States, and received his certificate of citizenship. The document represented more than legal status. It was a shield against being sent away, a credential that made his public business activities real, and a foundation for political connections that would prove very valuable in the years ahead. That evening, a small celebration was held at Tommy's Long Island home. The gathering was modest, and secret family members and close partners raising glasses to the newly made citizen. Johnny Dio offered a toast, his characteristic energy momentarily softened by real respect. "To Tommy," he said, raising his glass. American in name now, but always American in spirit and vision. Tommy acknowledged the toast with a nod, his customary reserve intact even in this moment of accomplishment. Later, as the guests left, he stepped onto the porch with Tony Badalamenti, one of his oldest partners and a witness to his naturalization. "What's next?" Badalamenti asked, lighting a cigarette in the cold night air. "You've got the citizenship, the house in Long Island, business interests that cross borders. You've come a long way from 107th Street. Tommy looked out at the quiet suburban street. "Considering the question, the war won't last forever. When it ends, there will be changes. Supply chains will open up again. Controls will relax. We need to be placed for that moment. The wool play is working well," Badalamenti observed. "Brownell Limited looks clean on paper, and the margins are substantial. It's a wartime opportunity," Tommy agreed. "But we need to think beyond the war. The paper locals, the trucking controls, those are the foundation. Control the movement of goods, control who works, and you control the industry." Throughout 1943 and into 1944, Tommy continued to improve the wool play operation. American Woolen Company executives, grown through a carefully managed network of relationships, arranged for materials to be diverted to Brownell Limited, which then distributed the precious wool to dress manufacturers desperate for supplies in the rationed economy. The beauty of the arrangement lay in its complexity. Materials that should have been given to government priority production somehow found their way to civilian manufacturers, passing through a company that existed primarily on paper, making profits that flowed through so many channels that tracing them back to their source would need unraveling a deliberately tangled web. In April 1944, Tommy got a visitor at his Long Island home, junior executive from American Woolen, whose cooperation had been essential to the wool play. The man, nervous and sweating despite the cool spring weather, was shown into Tommy's study. "There's talk of an audit," he reported. Refusing Tommy's offer of a drink, the War Production Board is reviewing allocation records. "They've noticed differences in the shipping papers." Tommy listened calmly, showing no concern. "How serious is the review?" "I'm not sure yet, but if they start comparing what was shipped against what was received, there could be questions." Tommy nodded thoughtfully. "Ensure that Brownell's paperwork is perfect. Every delivery documented, every invoice in order. If there are differences, they should appear to be clerical errors, not systematic diversion." After the executive left, Tommy placed a call to Abe Chait, instructing him to prepare backup plans. The wool play had been profitable, but Tommy had always understood its temporary nature. War created unusual opportunities, but also unusual examination. The key was knowing when to scale back operations before they attracted too much attention. By 1945, as the war in Europe drew toward its conclusion, Tommy began redirecting resources toward the paper, local, and trucking operations that would outlast wartime economic conditions. These systems, built on control of labor certification and transportation choke points, represented more lasting long-term influence over the garment industry and other manufacturing areas. In May 1945, as news of Germany's surrender filled the airwaves, Tommy met with Johnny Dio and Strawberry Joe Amoruso at a restaurant in the garment district. The mood was celebratory throughout the city, with sudden parades and gatherings marking the Allied victory. "The war's ending changes things," Tommy observed as they discussed business over coffee and dessert. "The OPA won't last forever. Rationing will end. We need to focus on what lasts." The paper locals are stronger than ever, Johnny reported. We've got 23 now, strategically placed throughout the industry. The manufacturers have accepted them as facts of life. And the trucking situation? Locked down, Amoruso confirmed. Nothing moves in or out of the district without going through our people. The loading zones, the warehouse access points, all controlled. Tommy nodded. Satisfied with their progress, the systems they had built during wartime would change smoothly to peacetime, giving ongoing streams of money through control of critical industry functions rather than temporary wartime diversions. As 1946 arrived, bringing with it the challenges of post-war economic adjustment, Tommy continued to improve his approach. The wool play wound down naturally as rationing ended and supply chains returned to normal. But the structure of control remained, paper locals directing who worked, trucking operations deciding what moved and when all making, steady profits without the flashy risks that attracted law enforcement attention. In the summer of 1946, Tommy's telephone rang late one evening. His wife answered, then called him to the phone with concern in her eyes. "It's Willie Moretti," she said quietly. Tommy took the receiver, listening as Moretti explained a situation developing in New Jersey, conflict with local officials who were suddenly showing interest in some of his operations. "I need some political help on this, Tommy," Moretti explained, his voice tense with unusual anxiety. "Your connections in the Democratic clubs might be useful." "I'll see what can be arranged," Tommy replied calmly. "But Willie, remember what we've discussed about keeping a lower profile. This isn't prohibition anymore. The attention economy has changed." After hanging up, Tommy stood by the window of his study, gazing out at the summer night. His citizenship, now 3 years established, had indeed proved valuable in growing political relationships that extended beyond city limits. These connections, built carefully through real business fronts and community involvement, represented another layer of insulation, the ability to influence results through channels that appeared entirely respectable. As 1947 came near, Tommy took stock of the change he had engineered, from alien to citizen, from East Harlem operator to Long Island businessman, from street-level enforcer to sophisticated economic manipulator. Each change represented not a change in purpose, but an improvement in method. The paper locals continued their efficient taking of profit from the garment industry. The trucking choke points kept their control over the movement of goods. The relationships built during the wool play had created new channels for influence in manufacturing areas. And his citizenship provided the foundation of reality that supported his increasingly complicated business empire. On a crisp autumn evening in 1947, Tommy sat in the garden behind his Long Island home, reviewing business papers as the sun set. His wife brought him a cup of coffee and sat beside him for a moment. "You're quieter than usual tonight," she observed. Tommy set the papers aside, giving her his full attention. "Just thinking about changes. The city is different after the war. The country is different. And you? Have you changed?" Tommy considered this, looking out over the carefully tended garden that was so far removed from the apartment streets of his early days. "No," he said finally. "The methods change, but the principles remain. Control the points that matter. Build systems, not spectacles. Let others make noise while you make decisions." As darkness fell over the suburban view, Tommy Lucchese, citizen, businessman, architect of invisible systems, continued his patient review of papers that documented the empire he had built. An empire that worked in the shadows between real business and organized crime, taking profit from the friction points where the two worlds met. The principles that had guided him from the streets of East Harlem to the comfort of Long Island remained unchanged: patience, exactness, and the understanding that true power often moved most effectively when it moved quietly through systems rather than spectacle, through influence rather than threatening. The citizenship certificate that now hung framed in his study was both symbol and tool, the completion of one journey and the foundation for the next. The snow began to fall over Saratoga in the winter of 1948, covering the Victorian fronts of the storied resort town in a clean white cover. Tommy Lucchese watched it from the window of his Cadillac as his driver moved through the quiet streets. In summer, these sidewalks would be full with racing fans, politicians, and those looking to try their luck. But now, in the off-season, Saratoga belonged to those who understood its true value, not as a seasonal playground, but as a year-round investment. The car slowed before an elegant three-story building with green awnings. Though it appeared to be just another fine establishment serving the wealthy set, Tommy knew that behind its tasteful outside lay one of his organization's most profitable gambling operations. "Wait here," Tommy instructed his driver, adjusting his hat before stepping out into the cold. Inside, warmth surrounded him immediately, not just from the well-maintained heating system, but from the atmosphere of controlled excitement that filled the air. Crystal chandeliers cast a soft glow over green felt tables where men in evening clothes and women in elegant dresses focused intently on cards and dice. A piano player in the corner provided a gentle soundtrack to the evening's activities. Vincent, the floor manager, came near with a respectful nod. "Mr. Brown," he said, using the nickname that had followed Tommy since his youth. "Everything is running smoothly tonight. The new security arrangements?" Tommy asked quietly. "In place. The local police captain was here earlier. He enjoyed our hospitality at the bar and left satisfied." Tommy nodded, pleased but not surprised. This was how things worked in Saratoga. Relationships carefully grown, mutual interests aligned. The gambling houses worked with a silent understanding from local authorities, who benefited both from secret envelopes and the economic vitality these establishments brought to the region during off-peak months. "And our banking connection with Harlem?" Tommy inquired as they walked through the main gaming room. "Running like clockwork. The money moves from the Bronx operations through our people in Harlem, then up here, clean as a whistle by the time it reaches the real accounts." This was the true art, not just the gambling itself, but the financial structure that supported it. Tommy had spent years improving the system that connected street-level operations in the city to the more refined gambling houses upstate. Cash flowed north, was cleaned through real businesses, then circulated back into their businesses, gaining respectability with each transition. Later that night, in the private dining room upstairs, Tommy sat with three partners, a bank manager from Harlem, a local businessman who gave front operations, and a political fixer with connections throughout Albany. "The racing season next summer should be exceptional," the political fixer was saying as waiters served coffee. "Governor Dewey is focused on corruption in the city. Upstate isn't his priority for now." "For now," Tommy cautioned, "things change. We need to be prepared. That's why diversification matters," said the bank manager, a thin man with wire-rimmed glasses. "The money that comes through my hands doesn't look like gambling earnings by the time it's deposited. It looks like real business revenue from your dress manufacturing concerns." Tommy nodded thoughtfully. His dress factories were more than just a cover. They were functioning businesses that employed hundreds of workers. They produced actual garments, made real revenue, paid taxes. This dual reality was the foundation of his approach criminal businesses alongside real operations, each supporting the other, politics aside, Tommy said. "Our concern is stability. These four houses need to work without incidents. No cheating, no violence, No newspaper headlines. The wealthy gentlemen who come here value secrecy above all else. The others nodded in agreement. Tommy's reputation for keeping order was well established, unlike some of his contemporaries who delighted in notoriety. Tommy preferred the shadows. His power came not from fear, but from competence, from systems that functioned so smoothly they seemed almost inevitable. Spring arrived in New York City with its usual tumult. Rain-slicked streets reflecting neon signs, taxis splashing through puddles. The constant hum of a metropolis in motion. Tommy sat in his office in the garment district, reviewing financial statements from his real businesses. The telephone rang. His secretary said, "It's for you, mister." Vincenzo Rao. Rao was a trusted partner, a man of intelligence and secrecy who kept his ear to the ground. "Tommy," Rao's voice came through the line. "Have you been following these Kefauver hearings?" "I've seen the headlines," Tommy replied. Television had made its way into millions of American homes by 1950, and Senator Estes Kefauver's special committee to investigate organized crime was making the most of the new medium. "They're heading our way. The committee will be in New York by year's end. Your name has come up in preliminary discussions." Tommy's expression remained unchanged, though his mind was already calculating what this meant. "Thank you for letting me know. We'll talk more in person." That evening, in the quiet of his Long Island home, Tommy sat with his wife in their living room. The television set, a recent purchase, was turned off. His children had gone to bed, and the house was peaceful. Outside, a light rain tapped against the windows. "You're troubled," his wife noted, looking up from her book. "There's a Senate committee investigating what they call organized crime. They're holding hearings across the country. Will it affect you?" Tommy considered this. "I may be called to testify. If so, I'll go. I have nothing to hide, at least nothing they can prove." This was the careful balance Tommy had always kept. His criminal activities were protected by layers of go-betweens, real businesses, and careful separation. The dress factories that employed hundreds of workers, the real estate holdings, the union connections, all stood as a shield between Tommy Lucchese and the raw mechanisms of illegal gambling, labor racketeering, and the other businesses that made his wealth. "I'm a businessman," he said half to himself. "That's what I'll tell them if they ask." The Kefauver committee hearings came to New York in early 1951, setting up in the federal courthouse in Foley Square. By then, millions of Americans had watched the proceedings from other cities, fascinated by this unprecedented look into what Senator Kefauver dramatically called the National Crime Syndicate. Tommy prepared meticulously, meeting with attorneys who advised him on the outlines of Fifth Amendment protections. He selected his outfit with care: a conservative dark suit, white shirt, understated tie, the uniform of a respectable business executive, not a showy criminal. On the day of his testimony, he arrived at the courthouse to find a circus atmosphere, television cameras, newspaper photographers, and curious onlookers crowded the steps. Tommy walked through them with quiet dignity, neither hurrying nor lingering, acknowledging no one inside. Under the bright lights set up for television, Tommy took his seat at the witness table. Senator Kefauver, with his distinctive horn-rimmed glasses, looked at him with studied intensity. "Please state your name for the record," the committee counsel began. "Thomas Lucchese," he replied clearly. "And your occupation, Mr. Lucchese?" "I am in the dress manufacturing business. Could you elaborate on the extent of your business interests?" Tommy spoke with measured confidence. "I have interests in several dress factories in New York City. Together, they employ approximately 1,500 workers. Our yearly revenue is several $1 million. And what is your personal income from these businesses? Approximately $100,000 yearly, the questioning continued, probing into his background, his partners, his knowledge of gambling operations. When the questions moved into possibly incriminating territory, Tommy calmly used his Fifth Amendment rights, neither defensive nor confrontational. Mr. Lucchese, one senator asked, how do you explain your association with known criminal figures? In my business and community activities, I meet many people. I don't ask into everyone's background or personal affairs. Yet these associations seem quite specific and sustained. I respectfully decline to answer on the grounds that it might tend to incriminate me, Tommy replied evenly. What impressed some committee members, despite their suspicions, was Tommy's composure. Unlike other witnesses who had appeared nervous, hostile, or evasive, Tommy showed the calm self-assurance of a real businessman temporarily inconvenienced by a misunderstanding. At one point, when asked about his employees, Tommy's manner softened slightly. We give good working conditions and benefits that go beyond industry standards. Each Christmas, every worker receives a turkey. When an employee has a child, we send flowers to the hospital. These are not just workers. They are people with families, with hopes. The image he presented, that of a kind employer rather than a criminal mastermind, was compelling enough that even some committee members seemed momentarily swayed. The fact that these statements contained elements of truth made them all the more effective. After several hours of testimony, Tommy was excused. He left the courthouse as he had entered with quiet dignity, showing no emotion. The newspapers the next day would carry photographs of him looking composed and businesslike, a stark contrast to the stereotypical gangster image the public had come to expect. Weeks later, on a cold February morning in 1951, Tommy got a call at his home. It was Stefano Stevie LaSalle, one of his most trusted partners. The old man passed in his sleep last night, LaSalle said quietly. Tommy closed his eyes briefly. Tommy Gagliano, the boss who had led their organization for 20 years, while keeping such a low profile that many law enforcement officials barely knew his name, was gone. Has the family been notified? Tommy asked. Yes, they're making arrangements. The funeral will be private, family only. As he would have wanted, Tommy agreed. We'll pay our respects in the appropriate way. After hanging up, Tommy sat alone in his study. Gagliano had been the perfect boss for the organization they had built, a man who understood that power worked best from the shadows. That visibility was weakness. For 2 decades, Gagliano had remained in the background, allowing Tommy to serve as the organization's public face, its chief strategist, its effective leader in all but title. Now, with Gagliano's passing, the title would match the reality. There would be no power struggle, no violent succession crisis. The transition had been prepared for years, with Tommy gradually assuming more and more responsibility. The organization's members understood the order of things. Later that week, after Gagliano had been laid to rest, Tommy called a meeting of the organization's key members. They gathered in the back room of a restaurant in Queens, owned by a loyal partner captains, lieutenants, the men who oversaw various operations throughout the city. Tommy Gagliano led us with wisdom for 20 years. Tommy began. He believed in order, in stability, in business conducted properly. We will continue in that tradition. The men around the table nodded. There was no need to explicitly state that Tommy was now the boss. It was understood. There will be changes, Tommy continued. Stefano LaSalle will serve as underboss, Vincenzo Rao as consigliere. The rest of our structure remains as it is for now. The appointments were not surprising. LaSalle was a capable administrator, a man who could carry out Tommy's strategic vision. Rao possessed both intelligence and connections. Someone who could anticipate problems before they came up. Together with Tommy, they would form a leadership team marked by continuity rather than break. The Kefauver Committee has brought unwanted attention, Tommy noted. We need to be more careful than ever. Our strength has always been in appearing to be something other than what we are. That becomes more important now. After the meeting, Tommy walked with Rao along the quiet street outside the restaurant. The evening was cold but clear, stars visible even through the city's ambient light. I met with Vito Genovese last week, Tommy said quietly, and Carlo Gambino the week before. Ray raised an eyebrow. Genovese was the ambitious underboss of the Luciano family, temporarily sidelined after fleeing to Italy to avoid murder charges. But now, back and hungry for power, Gambino was the equally ambitious underboss to Albert Anastasia. Alliances? Rao asked. Yes, the commission needs balance. Costello has had too much influence for too long. Anastasia is too unstable. With the right alignment, we can reshape things. A long game, Rao observed. The only kind worth playing, Tommy replied. This was Tommy's vision, not just for his own organization, but for the entire commission that governed relations between the various crime families. He didn't seek dominance through violence or threatening, but through careful alignment of interests, through patient gathering of influence. As they walked, the street lights made long shadows. Tommy Lucchese, once a young immigrant, then a street tough, now the head of a complicated criminal organization, disguised as a network of real businesses, moved through the darkness with the confidence of a man who had spent decades preparing for this moment. We adapt, he said softly. Television, Senate committees, new laws, these are just challenges to be managed. The principles remain the same. And those are? Rao asked. Order, discipline, patience. The understanding that real power doesn't announce itself. The city continued around in Texas, honking in the distance. Neighbors calling to each other from apartment windows. The constant music of urban life. Within this noise, Tommy had created his own ordered universe. One where gambling profits flowed from Saratoga to Harlem banks. Where dress factories gave both real income and believable cover. Where political connections were grown like rare plants. As 1951 unfolded, Tommy Lucchese, now officially the boss, though he had effectively been so for years, continued to improve the organization that bore his distinctive mark. It was a business built not on the personality of its leader, but on systems that could function even when he was not present. An organization that reflected its creator's preference for sustainability over spectacle, for quiet competence over fleeting notoriety. In a world increasingly fascinated by the public performance of power, Tommy Lucchese remained committed to its private exercise. A man whose greatest strength lay in understanding that true influence often worked best when its mechanisms remained invisible. The linden trees along Montauk Highway made long shadows as Tommy Lucchese guided his Cadillac toward his Long Island home. The autumn of 1952 painted the world in soft tones that matched his carefully built life, quiet, respectable, deliberate. The car's radio murmured news of Eisenhower's presidential campaign, while Tommy's mind calculated the day's figures from the garment district. The FBI memo had reached him through channels that morning. Successor to Frank Costello, they called him. Tommy allowed himself a thin smile. Such recognition was both flattering and dangerous. The Bureau had identified him as head of the garment mob, a crude name for what Tommy considered sophisticated business management. As twilight settled over the manicured lawn of his suburban sanctuary, Tommy loosened his tie and thought about the delicate structure of his influence. The certificate of good conduct that erased his early record had been worth every political favor exchanged. On paper, he was Thomas Lucchese, respectable businessman with real interests in clothing factories and trucking operations. His partnership with Abe Chait gave him a foothold in a dozen industries while keeping perfect deniability. Inside, the telephone rang. Tommy's wife answered, then called softly to him. "It's Mayor Impoliteri," Tommy nodded, taking the receiver with his three-fingered right hand. "Mr. Mayor, always a pleasure." The conversation was brief. Cordial arrangements for a fundraising dinner, where Tommy would not appear on any guest list, but would ensure generous contributions flowed to the right campaign coffers. Such relationships gave the invisible framework that supported his business. Mayor O'Dwyer before Impoliteri, and whoever came next. Tommy grew them all with the same patient attention a gardener gives to delicate roses. "Good evening, Mr. Mayor." "Yes, I'll have my people handle the arrangements." Secretly, of course. After hanging up, Tommy poured himself a modest glass of anisette. The liquor's licorice taste reminded him of his Sicilian roots, a heritage he honored in private while presenting a thoroughly Americanized face to the world. The citizenship papers he'd gotten in 1943 completed that change. Tommy Lucchese, businessman, taxpayer, citizen. The doorbell interrupted his thought. His underboss, Stefano Lassalle, entered without waiting for a formal greeting. "Tommy, we got trouble. McGranery's office is moving on your citizenship." Tommy remained still, only his eyes showing a momentary calculation. Attorney General James P. McGranery had started denaturalization proceedings, claiming Tommy had hidden his criminal record when applying for citizenship. "What exactly do they have?" Tommy asked, his voice level. "They're saying you didn't tell your full arrest record. The alias is Thomas Brown. The others, they're claiming fraud." Lassalle shifted his weight uncomfortably. Tommy nodded slowly. The government was attacking exactly where he was most open to attack. His carefully built real identity, without American citizenship, being sent away loomed as a possibility. After all he had built, the idea of being sent back to a Sicily he barely remembered was unthinkable. "Get Meyer on it," Tommy said simply, talking about their attorney. "This will take time, but we have resources." Patience wins these battles. By 1953, the denaturalization case had become a slow-motion chess match through federal courts. Tommy kept his routines with deliberate consistency. Factory visits, dinners at the right restaurants, charitable contributions to the right causes. The fabric of normal life was his best defense. At an Italian restaurant in Little Italy, he met with his consigliere Vincenzo Rao. The narrow dining room with its red check tablecloths and candles in Chianti bottles offered privacy despite its modest appearance. "The judge seems inclined toward the government's position," Rao reported quietly as he twirled pasta on his fork. "But appeals will take years," Tommy nodded, cutting his veal with precise movements. "Years we have. What concerns me is what else they're watching." Indeed, while the citizenship battle occupied the visible legal arena, Tommy's true concerns lay elsewhere. His organization's expansion into Idlewild airport operations represented the future, a frontier rich with opportunity that Tommy had recognized before most others. "Paul Vario is handling the Idlewild situation well," Rao continued. "His Brooklyn crew has secured relationships with 3 major warehouse operators, 2 cargo handling companies, and the right union stewards. The airlines won't notice inventory differences?" Tommy asked. "The beauty is in the paperwork. Crates get logged as damaged in transit. Others never officially arrive. Clerical errors. Paul has men in the right positions. When an international flight lands at 3 in the morning, who's counting every package? Tommy nodded his approval. Paul Vario showed the kind of lieutenant he valued, most methodical, intelligent, and capable of building systems rather than merely threatening individuals. The airport operation represented organized crime's change from street rackets to sophisticated business. And our arrangement with our friend in Tampa? Tommy asked, never mentioning Santo Trafficante Jr. by name, even in private. He'll be in town next week. Wishes to have dinner with you personally. Tommy dabbed his lips with his napkin. His partnership with Trafficante represented both opportunity and risk. The narcotics business made extraordinary profits, but also extraordinary heat from federal authorities. Tommy had built his role carefully financial backer only, never handling product, never present at deliveries, never directly giving orders about shipments. He was a banker who released funds when needed and collected returns when they happened. Reserve the private room at Vito's, Tommy instructed, and ensure our young friend understands that our conversations remain strictly about real ventures. His father was always careful about such matters. Tommy had kept a long relationship with the elder Trafficante and had taken a personal interest in guiding the son in the traditions and protocols of their shared business. Such mentorship strengthened friendships across geographical territories and ensured continuity across generations. A cold March rain fell steadily as Tommy's car pulled alongside the construction site at Idlewild in 1954. The airport's expansion represented America's post-war optimism: larger terminals, longer runways, more frequent flights connecting the world. For Tommy, it represented a stream of money flowing through carefully placed gatekeepers. Paul Vario met him under an umbrella, his imposing frame hiding his methodical mind. They walked between stacks of shipping containers, officially inspecting the trucking operations of a company Tommy partially owned. We've secured positions for our people in 3 more unions, Vario reported. Local 295 is particularly valuable. They control who loads and unloads every aircraft. Tommy nodded, looking at the vast tarmac where aircraft from around the world arrive daily. And the customs situation? We have 3 men in administrative positions. Not customs agents themselves, too risky, but clerks who process the paperwork. They can ensure certain items receive little inspection. Tommy paused, watching a Pan-American Stratocruiser taxi toward a terminal gate. The huge aircraft represented how quickly the world was shrinking. Items that once took weeks to transport by sea now arrived in hours by air. This is the future, Paul, Tommy said quietly. Not just for moving merchandise, but for influence. Every airline, every shipping company, every government agency that touches this airport will need to work with our people, not through threats, but through relationships and efficiency, Vario nodded. The Transportation Commission already consults with our trucking experts on logistics. They don't realize who they're really talking to. That's how it should be, Tommy replied. The best operation is one where they never know they're being operated. As they walked back to the car, Tommy considered how the airport venture showed his philosophy. Violence was inefficient, risky, and ultimately limited. Systems, unions, contracts, positions of influence, these were the machinery of modern power. The airport would make profits for decades without a single threat being made. Trucks would move, planes would land, paperwork would flow, and all would appear perfectly real. The summer of 1955 brought sweltering heat to New York City. In a climate-controlled office overlooking the garment district, Tommy met with his accountants. Financial ledgers covered the desk. each representing a real business that served as both profit center and concealment mechanism. The denaturalization case continues to drain resources, his chief accountant reported. Legal fees alone went over $50,000 last quarter. Tommy nodded calmly. A necessary expense. What about our banking operations? This harmless phrase referred to Tommy's role financing narcotic shipments. By 1955, he had improved the system to reduce his exposure while increasing returns. Tommy never touched drugs, never discussed specifics of shipments, and kept no written records of these transactions. He worked purely as capital-giving funds that enabled others to operate while collecting significant returns on successful ventures. Returns continue at approximately 20% above projections, the accountant replied, using their established code. Though the Trafficante ventures require more capital upfront than previously, Tommy considered this information carefully. His relationship with Santo Trafficante Jr. had grown into a profitable partnership, with Trafficante handling the operational aspects of narcotics importation while Tommy gave financing and political protection in New York. Adjust the capital allocation as needed, Tommy instructed, but ensure our exposure remains limited to financing only. Any problems? Any heat? Understood, the accountant nodded. The buffers remain in place. These buffers layers of go-betweens between Tommy and any direct criminal activity represented decades of careful organizational design. The system ensured that any law enforcement pressure would tire itself before reaching him. Lower-level operatives might face arrest, but evidence would never lead directly to Tommy Lucchese. Respected businessman, in February 1956, Tommy dined with Santo Trafficante Jr. at an exclusive Manhattan restaurant. The younger man had traveled from Tampa officially for a real business meeting. In truth, their relationship included far more profitable ventures. My father always spoke of your wisdom, Trafficante said, his voice low despite the privacy of their corner table. The way you've structured operations here, it's something I've tried to copy in Florida. Tommy nodded modestly. Your father understood the value of patience and proper structure. I see that same quality in you. They talked carefully in generalities that could never be seen as criminal conspiracy. To any observer, they would appear as two businessmen discussing economic trends and opportunities. The reality, a coordination of narcotics financing and distribution networks, remained, safely coded in their measured conversation. Our mutual friends in Havana send their regards, Trafficante continued, talking about connections in Cuba where he kept gambling interests. The climate there remains favorable for investment. Tommy understood the hidden meaning. Their smuggling routes through Cuba remain secure. Good to hear. Stable business environments are increasingly rare in our changing world. After dinner, they walked briefly along Park Avenue, both men elegant in tailored overcoats despite the February chill. Tommy instructed his driver to take Trafficante back to his hotel first. Remember what I told you when you were just getting started, Tommy said as they prepared to part. This business is about relationships and patience, and violence attracts attention. Attention is never good for business. Trafficante nodded respectfully. A lesson I've taken to heart. As Tommy watched the car pull away, he thought about how he had guided Trafficante Jr. after his father's passing, teaching him the details of power exercised through discipline rather than shows of force. The partnership they had built represented Tommy's ideal profitable, secret, and built on mutual respect rather than fear. By autumn of 1957, the denaturalization case had wound through federal courts for 5 years. Tommy's attorneys had fought tenaciously, filing motions, appeals, and procedural challenges that turned a straightforward case into a legal maze. Though early rulings had favored the government, Tommy's strategy of wearing down was proving effective. The case had become a testament to his defining characteristic, patience. In his study at home, Tommy reviewed documents his attorney had provided. The government's case depended on his failure to tell arrests under aliases when applying for citizenship. The technical nature of these charges offered hope. Procedural errors by the government might yet provide an escape. The telephone rang, and Tommy answered it himself. "Yes, there's a meeting being organized," the voice said without introduction. "Upstate, Barbara's place." November 14th. Tommy recognized the voice as belonging to a messenger from Carlo Gambino. Joseph Barbara's estate in Appalachian had hosted gatherings, before meetings of family leaders to discuss matters affecting their collective interests. "What's the agenda?" Tommy asked cautiously. "Genovese wants to make solid his position. After Albert's disappearance, things need settling." Tommy frowned slightly. Vito Genovese's ambitions had been clear since Albert Anastasia's recent murder. A commission meeting at this point carried significant risks. Too many important figures in one location. "I'll consider it," Tommy replied non-committally. After hanging up, he remained motionless in thought. His instincts, made sharp over decades, signaled caution. Large gatherings created weakness. The timing felt wrong. 3 days later, Tommy called Stefano LaSalle to his home. "About the Appalachian invitation," Tommy said quietly. "I've decided not to attend. You'll go with Vinnie Rao to represent our interests." "But I'll be unavailable that day." LaSalle looked surprised. "Everyone's expected to be there. Genovese, Bonanno, Profaci, which is precisely why I won't be," Tommy replied. "Too many eggs in one basket. Send my regrets. Claim a prior commitment. Say I'm meeting with attorneys about the citizenship case." This decision to avoid the Appalachian meeting would prove one of Tommy's most seeing. On November 14th, 1957, New York State Police raided Barbara's estate. Catching dozens of mob leaders in an unprecedented law enforcement success, the aftermath included indictments, newspaper headlines, and congressional investigations. Tommy got news of the raid while dining quietly at Vito's restaurant with his wife. Consigliere Rao and Lazel had been detained along with Carlo Gambino, Vito Genovese, and numerous others. While expressing appropriate concern, Tommy privately recognized that his absence represented the ultimate validation of his operating philosophy. Visibility was weakness. In the days following, Tommy kept his regular schedule appearing at his dress manufacturing business, attending a charity function, meeting with his attorneys regarding the denaturalization case, while newspapers blared headlines about the crime convention at Appalachian. Tommy Lucchese remained exactly what he had always grown, unremarkable. Invisible to public examination, a businessman whose name appeared in no dramatic headlines. December snow fell gently outside the window of Tommy's Manhattan office as 1957 drew to a close. The aftermath of Appalachian continued to echo through their world. Some leaders faced obstruction of justice charges. Others endured intensified surveillance. All faced the newly awakened public awareness of organized crime structure. Tommy's telephone rang. His secretary announced a call from his attorney, Mr. Lucchese. "I have potentially good news regarding your citizenship case," the lawyer began. "The Supreme Court appears inclined to consider a procedural challenge based on the government's affidavit process. If successful, this could result in dismissal." Tommy allowed himself a small smile. After 5 years of legal warfare, victory might come from a technical detail, a most appropriate resolution for a man who had built his life around understanding the power of procedural small points. "Keep me informed," Tommy replied simply. As darkness fell early on the December evening, Tommy stood at his office window. watching the illuminated buildings of Manhattan glow against the winter sky. The Idlewild operation now made steady profits through Paul Vario's methodical management. The garment district remained firmly under control through the careful use of union influence and transportation influence. Even the narcotics financing arrangement with Trafficante continued to give significant returns with minimal exposure. Despite challenges the citizenship case, increased federal examination following Appalachian, the ever-present threat of ambitious prosecutors, Tommy's organization had come out stronger than ever. While others ruled through fear and noise, Tommy had built his empire on silence and systems. The snow continued to fall, adding another layer of quiet insulation to the city. Tommy switched off his office light and prepared to leave, his three-fingered hand adjusting his hat to a precise angle. In a world increasingly defined by flash and spectacle, Tommy Lucchese remained committed to the virtue that had sustained him for decades in visibility by design. The marble foyer of the federal courthouse reflected Tommy Lucchese's footsteps back at him as he walked steadily toward the courtroom in the spring of 1958. But the air conditioning chilled the building to a crisp, antiseptic temperature that made his chest tighten. He adjusted his silk tie perfectly knotted, perfectly straight, and let his attorney do the talking to the press gathered at the threshold. Mr. Lucchese maintains his complete innocence. This narcotics case is a fabrication built on unreliable witnesses and circumstantial evidence. We expect full vindication. Tommy said nothing. His eyes remained half-lidded, his expression unchanged. The federal prosecutors had spent 18 months building their case, connecting paper trails between shell companies they claimed financed heroin shipments. 18 months of wiretaps, surveillance, grand jury testimony, all of it designed to place him at the center of a web he'd spent decades ensuring he was nowhere near. Inside the courtroom, he took his seat at the defense table. The polished wood cooled beneath his fingertips. 3 fingers on his left hand, to be precise. The missing digits had long ago ceased to be a handicap, had become instead a kind of signature. He breathed carefully, measured breaths. As the judge entered and the proceedings began, the prosecutor's opening statement hammered hard. The evidence will show that Thomas Lucchese orchestrated a sophisticated narcotics importation scheme, using his real business interests as cover for the movement of heroin worth millions of dollars. Tommy felt a fluttering in his chest, then pressure like someone sitting on his breastbone. He loosened his tie slightly, took another breath. The sensation grew stronger. His attorney noticed. "Are you all right?" he whispered. Tommy shook his head slightly. Not feeling right within minutes. The pressure became crushing. He clutched his chest. Sweat beading on his forehead, the courtroom blurred. He was vaguely aware of voices, of his attorney calling for a doctor, of being helped to lie down on the floor. The judge's gavel pounding distantly, like a heartbeat from another room. Court is adjourned. Get medical assistance immediately. The next few hours passed in pieces. The ambulance, the hospital. The heart doctor explaining that yes, he had indeed suffered what appeared to be a cardiac episode, and no, it would not be medically advisable to return him to the stressful environment of a federal trial. 3 days later, from his private hospital room overlooking Manhattan's East Side, Tommy listened as his attorney delivered the news. They're dropping the charges, the U.S. Attorney doesn't want to risk a mistrial, or worse, having you collapse again in court. The judge agreed that pursuing the case against a defendant with your health condition would be problematic. Tommy nodded, gazing out at the city skyline. "I appreciate your work." Counselor, after the lawyer left, Vincenzo Rao, his consigliere, closed the door and took a seat beside the bed. Fortunate timing, Rao said, his voice barely above a whisper, despite the room having been swept for listening devices. The heart doesn't lie, Tommy replied, patting his chest gently. Been having chest pains for months. Still, the doctors say you'll make a full recovery. Providence looks after those who look after themselves, Rao nodded. The business at the airport is proceeding smoothly. Steve has kept everything running during your indisposition. Good. The less disruption, the better. There's one more thing, Rao added. Bobby Kennedy wants you to testify before the New York Crime Commission. July 3rd. Tommy's expression didn't change, but his eyes sharpened slightly. Kennedy, the younger one. Yes? Chief counsel to the Senate committee, making quite a name for himself. What's he want? The usual names, operations, structure. He's building his reputation on bringing down organized crime. Tommy gazed out the window again, watching clouds drift between skyscrapers. Tell him I'll be there, and I'll be respectful. You'll talk. I'll answer what I can answer, within reason. Sometimes the smart play is to bend a little so you don't break. On July 3rd, 1958, Tommy Lucchese entered the hearing room wearing a conservative charcoal suit. White shirt and quiet tie, the commission members sat elevated on a dais, with Bobby Kennedy positioned prominently among them, his youthful intensity contrasting with the more weathered commissioners. When called to testify, Tommy took the oath with quiet dignity, his voice clear and measured as he swore to tell the truth. Kennedy began, Mr. Lucchese, thank you for appearing today. Could you please state your occupation for the record? I am an importer and businessman with interests in the garment industry. And how long have you been in this line of work? Approximately 30 years, sir. What followed was a carefully arranged dance. Kennedy would ask probing questions about organized crime activities, and Tommy would give just enough information to appear cooperative without incriminating himself or others. He acknowledged knowing certain individuals as businessmen or socially. He discussed real aspects of his businesses in surprising detail. Kennedy's approach was notably less combative than with other witnesses. There were moments of what almost seemed like mutual respect too intelligent. Men engaged in a strategic exchange where both understood the rules. At one point, Kennedy asked, Mr. Lucchese, are you familiar with an organization known as Cosa Nostra? I read about it in the papers, Mr. Kennedy. Beyond that, I have no personal knowledge. You've never heard the term used in your business circles? No, sir. The businesses I'm involved with operate according to standard American commercial practices. When the session ended, reporters noted that Kennedy seemed almost impressed with Lucchese's testimony later. Kennedy would remark to colleagues that the exchange had been almost a pleasure compared to the stonewalling and hostile evasions of other witnesses. As Tommy left the commission chambers, a reporter shouted, Mr. Lucchese, did you tell Kennedy what he wanted to hear? Tommy paused, straightened his tie, and replied with quiet dignity, I simply told the truth as best I know it. That's what Americans are supposed to do when called before their government. Winter snow covered the Westbury estate in early 1962. Inside, Tommy sat with Carlo Gambino in his wood-paneled study. Two aging men in comfortable armchairs before a crackling fire, sharing Sicilian anisette in small crystal glasses. So it's settled, Carlo said, his voice soft but firm. You're Francis and my Thomas. A spring wedding. Tommy nodded, swirling the clear liquor. The children seemed genuinely fond of each other. More than fond, Carlo replied with a rare smile. They're in love. It's a blessing when business and family align so naturally. Both men understood the significance. This wasn't merely a wedding. It was a cementing of the alliance between their families that had been building for years. In the complex chess game of commission politics, the Gambino and Lucchese interests were becoming formally connected. The reception will need to accommodate many guests, Tommy noted. Family, friends, business partners. I've already spoken with the manager at the Grand Ballroom. They can handle over 1,000. Tommy nodded appreciatively. And your gift to the couple? Carlo's eyes twinkled. 30,000. A proper start for young people today. Generous, Tommy acknowledged. I've been considering what business opportunities might be appropriate for Thomas. He shows good judgment. He does, educated too. Understands both the old ways and the new America. Tommy took a thoughtful sip of anisette. I've been considering bringing him into some of our operations at Idlewild. The airport's expanding. Soon they'll rename it for the president. Air freight is the future. Carlo's expression remained measured, but his eyes showed his interest. That would be most appropriate. A family connection to help manage those interests. Exactly. With your son and my daughter married, it seems natural that we should formalize certain arrangements. Shared stewardship of strategic assets. The two bosses continued talking late into the night, working out the details of what would become not just a marriage between their children, but a business partnership that would reshape the balance of power in New York's underworld. The wedding of Thomas Gambino and Frances Lucchese in the spring of 1962 turned a church in Queens into the epicenter of an unspoken power realignment. Over 1,000 guests filled the cathedral and spilled into the reception family members alongside union officials. Politicians, judges, police commanders, and businessmen from across the Northeast. As Tommy watched his daughter dance with her new husband, Stefano Lassalle, his underboss, came near with a champagne flute. Beautiful ceremony. Tommy, thank you, Steve. Frances deserves every happiness. Carlo seems pleased. I noticed he gave you an envelope earlier. Tommy nodded slightly. A wedding gift, a substantial one. And in return? In return, Tommy said quietly, the Gambinos receive a formal stake in our airport operations. Thomas will oversee the joint interests. LaSalle's eyebrows rose slightly. That's a significant concession. It's not a concession. It's an investment. Carlo and I understand each other. We both watched what's happened with Vito in prison. The commission needs stability. Later that evening, Tommy stood with Carlo in a private moment away from the celebration. To family, Carlo toasted, raising his glass. To family, Tommy echoed. Blood and business, inseparable now. With Anastasia gone and Vito behind bars, it falls to us to maintain order, Carlo said. This union between our families strengthens both our positions. Tommy nodded. The airport operations will benefit from our combined oversight. Your son has a good head for the cargo business, and your political connections ensure smooth operations, Carlo added. Together, we've created something lasting. They clinked glasses. Two veterans of decades of underworld machinations who had outlasted their contemporaries through caution, strategy, and the ability to adapt. The wedding celebration continued around them. A real joy hiding a deep restructuring of criminal businesses worth millions. The televisions throughout Tommy's Long Island home remained on throughout October 1963, tuned to the Senate hearings where Joseph Valacki was testifying before the McClellan Committee. Tommy watched from his study, stone-faced, as Valacki publicly confirmed what had never before been acknowledged, the existence and structure of La Cosa Nostra, including the 5 families and their leadership. He named you directly, Vincenzo Rao noted, sitting across from Tommy. Called you the boss of the Lucchese family. So I heard, Tommy replied. His voice even. He's naming everyone. This changes things. The papers are printing the names of the 5 families. It's becoming public vocabulary. Tommy turned off the television and poured 2 fingers of scotch for himself and his consigliere. They've always known we exist. Now they have a vocabulary and some organizational charts. The real business remains private. The committee wants you to testify, Rao said. Of course they do, and I'll go. And I'll invoke the 5th Amendment like any other American citizen with sense. Valachi's broken the code of silence. That's unprecedented. Tommy sipped his scotch thoughtfully. Valachi is a soldier facing the death penalty. He made a calculation, but what he knows is limited. Names some historical events. He doesn't know our banking structure, our real holdings, our political arrangements. Still, the exposure is manageable, Tommy interrupted gently. We adjust. We increase the buffers. We clean up the paper trails. We move certain operations deeper into real businesses. When Tommy appeared before the McClellan Committee weeks later, he was the picture of respectful non-cooperation. Question after question was met with the same response. On the advice of my counsel, I respectfully declined to answer based on my rights under the 5th Amendment. Later, when questioned by Nassau District Attorney William Cann, Tommy went further in his denials. I know nothing about any Cosa Nostra, he stated firmly. Never heard of it. The only thing I belong to is the Knights of Columbus. The statement drew skeptical looks, but Tommy kept his composed manner. The persona he presented was that of a real businessman being bothered by overeager prosecutors, not the powerful crime boss Valachi had described. By 1964, pressure from law enforcement had grown stronger. IRS agents had begun systematically investigating shell companies and real estate holdings connected to Lucchese family operations. Tommy's response was characteristic: more layers, more buffers, more paperwork showing real sources for every dollar. In a hidden back room of a restaurant in Queens, Tommy met with his top lieutenant's underboss, Stefano LaSalle, consigliere Vincenzo Rao, and several key captains, including Paul Vario. The tax people are pulling threads, Rao explained, opening a leather portfolio. They're looking at the real estate holdings in Nassau County. The trucking companies. Tommy listened, hands folded on the table. And we're well insulated, LaSalle interjected. Every company has real papers. Every transaction has documentation. The properties are all held by corporations, owned by other corporations. What about the airport operations? Tommy asked. Paul Vario spoke up. Everything runs through union contracts and real freight forwarding businesses. We've got 3 layers between any operation and any made guy. Tommy nodded, satisfied. And Kennedy? Robert still at Justice? Focused elsewhere for now, Rao said. After the Valachi hearings, he's pursuing bigger targets, Alpha, mainly. Good. Let's keep strengthening the buffers. I want another layer of corporations between us and the garment district operations, and move more of the airport business through Thomas Gambino's companies. They're rock solid. The meeting continued for hours as they methodically reviewed every aspect of their business empire, seeing weaknesses and planning countermeasures. Tommy insisted on a complete audit of their political relationships as well. Which judges, which union officials, which police commanders could still be relied upon in the changing view. The rules are the same, Tommy concluded as the meeting wound down. Stay invisible, use buffers, keep real businesses real, and most importantly, maintain discipline. No flash, no headlines, no public arguments. As the men prepared to leave, Tommy held Vario back for a private word. Paul, I need you to tighten things at Idlewild. Kennedy's people might turn their attention there next. Already done, Tommy. And one more thing, I want you to start teaching the younger men to understand our approach. Too many of them see the flashy life Genovese's people live. That's not our way. Vario nodded solemnly. I'll make sure they understand. Good? Because the loud ones don't last in this business. The invisible men do. Tommy Lucchese stood at the window of his office in the garment district in early 1965, watching rain streak the glass. At 65, he had navigated decades of changing friendships, law enforcement campaigns, and internal challenges. The man reflected in the window glass looked like any successful businessman tailored suit. Neatly combed gray hair, dignified bearing, behind him. Stefano LaSalle reviewed the latest financial reports from their real businesses. The trucking companies showed 15% growth last quarter. The garment factories are stable. Real estate holdings went up another 8%. Tommy nodded without turning. And the other matters? Under control, the airport operations are making steady returns. Our share and the Gambino portion are both healthy. And our friends in the unions? Solid. The locals are renewing contracts without issues. The pension funds are being properly managed. Tommy finally turned from the window. The Justice Department watching. Always watching, but finding nothing actionable. The structure holds. This was Tommy's greatest achievement. A criminal organization structured like a modern corporation, with layers of insulation protecting the leadership from legal exposure. Where Anastasia had ruled by fear and Genovese by manipulation, Lucchese had built a business on systems and buffers. I had dinner with Carlo last night, Tommy said. Francis and Thomas are expecting their first child. LaSalle smiled. Congratulations, a grandfather again. Yes. Another generation. Tommy returned to his desk and sat down heavily. It makes a man think about legacy. Your legacy is secure, Tommy. You built something that lasts. Tommy nodded thoughtfully. Because it doesn't depend on any one man. That's the secret the others never fully grasped. Personalities fade. Systems last. As the rain continued to fall outside, Tommy Lucchese reviewed the operations he had built over decades. Operations that now ran with clockwork exactness, making millions while keeping a low profile that had allowed him to navigate the increasing examination of the Kennedy Justice Department and the publicity made by Valachi's testimony. The public might now have names for the 5 families, but the true mechanics of power, the complicated web of real businesses, political relationships, and strategic friendships that Tommy had built remained hidden behind layers of carefully kept obscurity. In the soft light of the office lamp, Thomas Gaetano Lucchese allowed himself a small, satisfied smile. The heart episode that had spared him from federal prosecution. The strategic marriage that had cemented the Gambino alliance. The disciplined response to Valachi's revelations all had strengthened his approach to power. Invisible, systemic, and built to outlast any individual, even himself. Outside, the rain washed the city streets clean as darkness fell over Manhattan. The summer heat pressed down on Lido Beach like a blanket, heavy and still. Inside the beach house at 74 Rowe Street, the curtains remained drawn against the brightness. Casting the bedroom in a permanent twilight, medical equipment hummed softly, creating a mechanical lullaby that had become the soundtrack to Tommy Lucchese's days. Tommy's face, once full and commanding, had hollowed with illness. His brain tumor had robbed him of vigor, but not awareness. Even confined to his bed, he remained the head of a vast business, his mind still navigating the labyrinth and connections of his organization while his body failed him. Stefano LaSalle sat in a leather chair beside the bed, speaking in the hushed tones reserved for sick rooms and confessionals. "The Queen's operation is running smooth, Tommy. The airport contracts renewed without a hitch. Tony wants you to know he's handling the situation with Local 295. Tommy's eyes shifted toward LaSalle, a subtle movement that conveyed understanding. His ability to speak had diminished, but his eyes remained sharp, evaluating every word, every gesture. A slight nod was all he offered in response. But in their world, it carried the weight of a formal decree. "The doctors are saying you should rest more," LaSalle continued, his voice gentle with concern that was both professional and genuine. "We can handle things. You built something that works without you having to be there every minute." A ghost of a smile crossed Tommy's face. This had always been his philosophy. Build systems, not spectacles. Create an organization that functioned through procedure and protocol, not personality, while others had sought headlines and hangouts. Tommy had built an invisible empire that worked in the margins and intersections of real business. Through the window, the distant sound of waves breaking against the shore provided a steady rhythm. Time was measured differently, now not in business cycles or union contracts, but in medications, nurse visits, and the unchanging view from his bedroom window. In September 1966, while Tommy remained officially at the helm, despite his declining health, his captains gathered at La Stella restaurant in Queens. The meeting, which would later be nicknamed Little Appalachian by law enforcement, brought together the key figures who would shape the future of the family. Tony Dux Corallo sat at the center of the table, his posture relaxed but alert. At 52, he showed Tommy's methodical approach, careful, strategic, and absolutely committed to business continuity over personal glory. "Tommy's still the boss," Corallo stated firmly, cutting through the murmured conversations. "This meeting is about keeping things running the way he built them to run. Nothing changes in how we operate." Vincenzo Rao, the family consigliere, nodded in agreement. "The commission understands the situation. They respect Tommy enough to let us handle our transition internally." "Transition?" questioned Natale Joe Evola, his voice carrying a note of challenge. "Tommy's still with us." "Of course he is," Corallo replied smoothly. "But we need contingencies." That's what Tommy would expect from us planning ahead. The waiters moved quietly among them, refilling wine glasses and replacing bread baskets. In the kitchen, chefs prepared dishes that would go largely untouched. The meeting was about business, not pleasure. "The garment district contracts are solid," one captain reported. "The Gambino connection through Francis and Thomas is working just as Tommy arranged it." "And the airport situation?" Rao inquired. "Growing every year," another answered. "With the new international terminal at JFK, cargo volume is up 30%. Our people are placed exactly where they need to be." Corallo leaned forward slightly. "This is Tommy's blueprint we're following. When I get out, I'll make sure we keep building on what he created. Until then, we need someone who can keep stability." The unspoken understanding settled over the table. Tommy Lucchese had created an organization that operated on principles, not personalities. The machine would continue running because he had designed it that way, with backups, with succession plans, with a structure that could withstand the loss of any individual, even its architect. April 1967 brought a change to the Lucchese household. After months in the hospital, Tommy had been brought home to Lido Beach. The medical equipment had been moved from the hospital to the house, turning the beach retreat into a private care facility. Nurses came and went in shifts, monitoring vital signs and giving medications. Catherine Lucchese moved through the house with quiet determination, keeping a semblance of normal life despite the circumstances. She had been Tommy's partner for 45 years, standing beside him through his rise from East Harlem machinist to influential businessman. Now she managed his final chapter with the same dignified composure. On a mild spring afternoon, Tony Corallo visited. Having received temporary release from his legal troubles, he sat beside Tommy's bed, speaking quietly about family business. "Everything is running according to plan. Tommy," he reported, "the unions are solid. The airport operations are expanding with the new terminals. We're keeping a low profile with the narcotics financing only. Just like you always insisted." Tommy's eyes conveyed understanding. His breathing was labored now, the tumor pressing against the vital centers of his brain. Yet his gaze remained alert, taking in every detail. "The commission asked me to convey their respects," Corallo continued. "Carlo especially. He says the alliance between the families remains strong." A slight nod acknowledgement of the alliance that Tommy had cemented through his daughter's marriage to Thomas Gambino, creating a blood bond between the organizations that went beyond business arrangements. "Tremonti is prepared to step in temporarily," Corallo added, lowering his voice further, "just until my situation is resolved. He understands his role caretaker, not innovator." Tommy's eyes closed briefly in agreement. The succession plan was unfolding as designed. Carmen Tremonti would keep stability until Corallo could fully assume leadership. The blueprint would remain intact. The machine would continue operating on the principles Tommy had established. As Corallo prepared to leave, Tommy raised his hand slightly, a gesture that immediately commanded attention. Corallo leaned closer. "The principle remains the same," Tommy whispered, his voice barely audible. "Labor first, logistics always. The boss stays off stage." These were perhaps the last coherent instructions. Tommy Lucchese would give a summary of the philosophy that had guided his 4 decades in organized crime. Not a flashy statement or dramatic declaration, but a practical blueprint for continued operation. It was characteristic of the man they called Three-Finger Brown Economical, precise and focused on the mechanics of power rather than its appearance. On July 13th, 1967, the summer heat hung heavy over Lido Beach. Inside the house on Rose Street, Tommy Lucchese's breathing grew shallow, then stopped altogether. The brain tumor that had slowly consumed him finally completed its work. He was 67 years old. The news traveled quickly through the carefully built channels of communication that Tommy himself had established. Within hours, captains and soldiers, union officials and business partners, politicians and judges, all received word that Tommy Lucchese had passed. His death made the front pages of New York's newspapers, though the coverage revealed little about the man himself. The press noted his official occupation as dress manufacturer and referenced his leadership of Lucchese Brothers Garment Company. Some mentioned his investments in real estate and restaurants. Only indirectly did they reference the government's long-standing suspicions about his other activities. The funeral arrangements reflected Tommy's dual nature, the public businessman and the private power broker. Catherine selected Our Lady of the Miraculous Metal Church in Point Lookout for the service, a respectable Catholic parish where Tommy had occasionally attended Mass. On the day of the funeral, black cars lined the streets surrounding the church. Men in expensive suits stood in small clusters, exchanging quiet conversations. Women in dark dresses and veils supported one another as they entered the sanctuary. Inside, the casket remained closed. Tommy Lucchese would keep in death the same privacy he had grown in life. Flowers banked the altar, sent from unions, businesses, political organizations. and families whose connections to Tommy ranged from the professional to the hidden. The priest spoke of family devotion and community service, crafting a eulogy that acknowledged Tommy's public persona without venturing into territories that would discomfort the varied assembly. In the pews, judges sat near known racketeers, police officials beside union leaders with questionable histories. Throughout the service, plainclothes detectives positioned outside the church photographed arrivals and departures, documenting the extraordinary cross-section of New York society that had gathered to pay respects. The pictures would later fill folders in law enforcement offices, mapping connections that spanned the city's power structures. After the service, the procession made its way to Calvary Cemetery in Woodside, Queens. There, in the same ground where his father Baldassar had been laid to rest in 1936, Tommy Lucchese was buried. The cemetery, with its view of the Manhattan skyline rising in the distance, provided a final resting place that connected Tommy to both his Sicilian roots and the city where he had built his power. As the crowd of mourners, over 1,000 strong, dispersed from the graveside, conversations turned inevitably to the future. The question hung unspoken in the humid summer air. What happens now? Carmen, Mr. Gribbs Tremonti, assumed leadership of the family as planned, understanding clearly that his role was temporary. At 67, the same age as Lucchese at his death, Tremonti was not expected to start new ventures or alter established operations. He was a caretaker, keeping the status quo until Tony Corallo could resolve his legal issues. Nothing changes, Tremonti told his captains at their first meeting after the funeral. We run things exactly as Tommy set them up. The airports, the garment district, the unions all continue as before. The interim arrangement functioned largely as intended. Tremonti, a low-key figure compared to some of his contemporaries in other families, kept Tommy's emphasis on business over spectacle. He avoided the spotlight, conducted meetings through go-betweens, and kept the family's operations running with minimal disruption. In 1970, when Corallo was released from prison, the planned succession entered its next phase. Though Tremonti kept the title of official boss until 1974, Corallo gradually assumed practical control of the family's operations, carrying out the blueprint that Tommy had established. Tommy created something that works, Corallo explained to his inner circle. Our job isn't to reinvent it. It's to protect it, to adapt it when necessary, but to keep the core principles. Those principles: labor racketeering as the foundation, logistics and transportation as key control points, political connections as insurance, and leadership through policy rather than personality, remained the governing philosophy of the Lucchese family operations through the changing view of the 1970s and into the 1980s. But the world Tommy Lucchese had navigated so skillfully was changing. In 1970, Congress passed the Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act, known as RICO, a law specifically designed to target organized crime by establishing patterns of racketeering that could implicate leaders who had previously remained protected from direct criminal acts. The legal view shifted beneath the feet of the organization Tommy had built. Prosecutors now had tools to connect separate criminal acts into a single business case. Wiretap regulations developed teeth. Federal judges gained patience for complicated conspiracy cases it could take months to try. In 1973, Tremonti fell victim to these changing circumstances. Convicted on charges related to the French Connection heroin trafficking case, he went to prison, an outcome Tommy himself had managed to avoid throughout his career. With Tremonti's conviction, Tony Corallo officially became boss. No longer just the power behind the throne, he continued to operate according to Tommy's established methods. conducting business from his Jaguar, equipped with a car phone, keeping the family's interests in the airports, garment district, and unions. But the FBI had changed as well. In the mid-1980s, investigators managed to place listening devices in Corralo's Jaguar itself, the ultimate penetration of what had been considered secure space. The resulting evidence formed the backbone of the commission trial in 1986, which dealt a significant blow to the organized crime structure that Tommy had helped establish and keep. Despite these challenges, the organizational DNA that Tommy Lucchese had encoded into his family proved remarkably tough. The focus on labor racketeering continued. The control of major unions remained a priority. The garment district still functioned according to rules established decades earlier. Airport cargo operations still followed patterns laid down when Idlewild became JFK, even as New York City transformed around them, surviving a fiscal crisis in the 1970s, weathering the graffiti-covered subway cars of the early 1980s, riding the economic booms and busts that reshaped the skyline. The Lucchese family operations kept their foundation in Tommy's original blueprint. Tommy Lucchese's legacy was not found in monuments or buildings bearing his name. It existed instead in systems and methodologies, in organizational structures and operational protocols. He had created a template for organized crime that prioritized business continuity over individual glory, institutional strength over personal power, the fact that he died at home, never having spent a day in prison during the previous 44 years, stood as testament to his approach. In a profession where incarceration was often considered an inevitable occupational hazard, Tommy had navigated the dangerous waters of organized crime with remarkable success. His succession planning identifying Corralo as his preferred successor, establishing Tremonte as an interim leader, keeping consistency in operational approach demonstrated his commitment to institutional thinking over personal considerations. Even in death, Tommy Lucchese remained focused on the machine he had built, ensuring its continued operation according to his design. As the years passed, the city changed, law enforcement tactics changed, and new leaders came up within the organization. But the grammar of power that Tommy had established buffers between leaders and action, friendships based on mutual interests rather than sentiment, control of critical choke points in labor and logistics, continued to echo through the operations of the family that bore his name. In the end, Tommy Lucchese's most significant achievement was perhaps this: he created an organizational blueprint that could outlive its creator, a system that continued functioning long after the hand that designed it had stilled. For a man who had built his career on remaining in the background while others took center stage, it was a fitting final act to fade away while his creation continued operating according to his precise and carefully considered design. Tommy Lucchese's career represents a critical chapter in American organized crime's change, showing the transition from Prohibition era bootlegging operations to sophisticated post-war racketeering systems emphasizing labor control, business integration, and political influence. His capacity for keeping low visibility while building extensive criminal business, his innovation in labor racketeering methodologies, and his political skill established operational templates that characterized organized crime through the remainder of the 20th century. The Lucchese crime family, renamed in his honor, persists as a recognized organized crime entity in contemporary New York, though substantially weakened by federal prosecution and law enforcement pressure unknown during Lucchese's personal tenure as boss. His criminal career path from small-time 107th Street gang member through Prohibition-era partner, Castellammare's war combatant, underboss to Tommy Gagliano, An ultimate rise to family boss demonstrates the capacity of individuals with organizational skill and strategic insight to rise through organized crime ranks despite criminal responsibility and law enforcement pressure. Lucchese's only conviction, the 1922 automobile theft that resulted in imprisonment, stands in stark contrast to his decades of organized crime leadership, suggesting either exceptional legal fortune, effective corruption of the judicial system, or sophisticated operational security that prevented direct criminal evidence linking him to major crimes. His success in negotiating denaturalization proceedings, surviving narcotics prosecutions through health-related dismissals, and keeping political protection throughout his career showed the integration of organized crime into real civic institutions that characterized mid-century New York organized crime operations. The research questions addressing specific arrests, marriages, naturalization procedures, and organizational developments reveal a documented historical record showing how organized crime leadership functioned within American legal systems, negotiated with political institutions, and structured criminal businesses to survive law enforcement pressure while making substantial criminal revenues. Lucchese's lasting organizational legacy persists through family successions, criminal methodologies bearing his strategic mark, and historical recognition as one of American organized crime's most significant 20th century figures. Thanks for listening to the story. Please let know your thoughts in the comments.